Fail Forward as a brand, the clothes are insane. Like, they're very, very nice clothes. Like, what I've been wearing today, I could wear all my life. You know, I could wear to training, I could wear to like, I'm going out, going for a meal.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. It is Manchester United versus Nottingham Forest. It's the evening kickoff. It's at Old Trafford. The game is still on. Yes, we have had cancellations today. We have had games being called off. The Merseyside derby being called off because of storms, because of the adverse weather, as Jesse Lingard would say previously. But the game is on, and kickoff is just under 2 hours away at Old Trafford. Already, we got some big team news already coming out, as is always the case. You know, when it comes with the pre-match, we always talk about the leaks, what's happening, what's not happening. We've also, interestingly, got some quotes from Sir Jim Ratcliffe about the pushback, about ticket prices too. We've got links of people possibly leaving in January. We've got records being set. We've got a lot going on, and also we've got 3 o'clock games going on as well. So whilst everything's happening with team news and what have you, we'll be talking about too. If there's a goal, we'll say, oh, there's a goal. For instance, Manchester City, it's 1-1 against Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park. They went 1-0 down after 4 minutes. They've just equalised. For another example, at the GTEC Community Stadium, it's Brentford 2, Newcastle United 2. We'll talk about that as well. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot happening. Be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Let's talk about early team news, what we have at the moment. I'll tell you exactly what we have at the moment. We don't have a lot of information about the whole team, what it's looking like, who's starting, who's not starting. We have 2 bits of information, though. The first bit of information we have today comes from Amorim's Reds, which is very, very reliable. We do the same song and dance every single match view, don't we? About it's not true, it's true. But according to Amorim's Reds, we will see a first start for a certain individual today. He made his competitive debut for Manchester United against Arsenal, coming off the bench in the second half. But according to Amorim's Reds, Lenny Oro starts for Manchester United today at Old Trafford. Now, for who? We don't know. Is he going to be right centre-back? Is he going to be left centre-back? He did come on at right centre-back, didn't he, in midweek against Arsenal? But the information today is that Lenny Oro starts for Manchester United, making his first start at Old Trafford, his first appearance at Old Trafford as well. That is the suggestion. Now, another bit of really interesting information here comes about players that are not going to be starting. And in just the last couple of seconds, it is being put out there on social media that Marcus Rashford does not start for Manchester United against Nottingham Forest today. Now, interesting because a lot of people, myself included, did have Marcus Rashford to start today because he didn't start against Arsenal. Of course, he was on the bench. The 2 10s against Arsenal were Mason Mount and Alejandro Garnacho to start the game. Rashford came on. There was criticism of just didn't really look that interested or frankly that bothered, did he, when he came on. But the suggestion is no Marcus Rashford starting today for Manchester United. He is also going to be on the bench. And as far as the reason as to why Marcus Rashford doesn't start today, well, it looks like replacing him, or once again starting for Manchester United, just in the last couple of seconds. This is always the case in the pre-match on the match view. I've got the head on the swivel and doing my Xavi and Iniesta role because Alejandro Garnacho is reported to be starting once again, which is, proven to be a bit of a controversial one, isn't it? It's proven to be a little bit controversial when it comes to Garnacho. Some people saying, look, he's not good enough. He's wasteful. His final decision making isn't good enough. But as of now, it looks like Ruben Amorim's a big fan of the youngster. So it looks like once again, Alejandro Garnacho is going to start for Manchester United today. Now, again, if we get official confirmation on all of this team news, will be coming out in what? So it's a 5:30 kickoff, so that'll be an hour and 15, just under a sort of an hour's time. What's that, about 40 minutes time, something like that. So once it gets confirmed, we shall let you know. But that's already quite a lot of team news information that's happening. Before we get into any of the other stuff, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about Sir Jim Ratcliffe's comments because they're just coming out at the moment from the United We Stand magazine. This stream, as always, is brought to you by Fail Forward. You can see beneath me there, and you can see to this part over here. Look at this green screen work over there. You can scan the QR code. You can also use the link in the video description, or you can use the pinned comment in the chat as well. There's many different ways, and you can go over to the Fail Forward website and you can use the code UnitedViewFF for 20% off your next purchase. Now, what can you purchase there? Well, I'll tell you. Thanks for asking me that question. It's a very useful one. You can purchase hoodies like this. Like this one here, you can get tracksuits, you can get t-shirts, you can get jackets, you can get hats, you can get any kind of apparel you can possibly think of. You can go over to Fail Forward and you can get it right there. The holiday season is upon us. Christmas is around the corner. Gifts are sometimes difficult to get. You can't go wrong with clothes, can you? You can't go wrong with clothes. You can't go wrong with apparel. So you can go over to Fail Forward. You can save yourself some money as well. You can use the code UnitedViewFF. That's UnitedViewFF for Fail Forward, and you can save 20% off your next purchase. So big up to them for supporting the stream as always. Now, also, this is for later on. You know how it works. This is for later on if Manchester United win. We couldn't do this midweek because Manchester United didn't win the game. Hopefully, today we can do this. We can have a man of the match brought to you by Oxford Natural by Going Life. And if Manchester United win, you have the possibility to also win, not only just as a fan, but also you can win a Manchester United shirt, courtesy of Oxford Natural. All you have to do, if Manchester United win, is put in the chat, hashtag MOTM, man of the match, and who you think is the man of the match. We'll do the draw, and you, yes, I'm talking to you, doesn't have to be a member, doesn't have to be, a mod, doesn't have to be anyone. It could be the first time you're ever watching United View. All you got to do is say in the chat, hashtag MOM, and the person who you think is going to be the man of the match or is the man of the match, and you can win a Manchester United shirt courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. And you can also get Optimised. Links in the video description is that as well. Yeah, you've seen KG, you've seen his journey. There's links to the journey that he's been on as he's been optimised with his Optimum Day and Night, and you can also order yours as well. You can use the code UV when you go there, subscribe, save up to 70% off. 70 up to 70% off. Hey, that's a heck of a deal right there. That's a heck of a deal. So indeed, but that's later on. We don't want to count our chickens just yet. We do have to win the game first, and it's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be a very difficult one, and conditions are going to be challenging today. As I mentioned, I know we have a very global community, and I know we have the UV community is very diverse, and everyone's watching from all over the world. If you're not in the UK today, you're probably quite lucky actually, because the weather has been horrific. I mean, absolutely horrific the weather has been, and depending on where you are in the UK, it's been bad, worse, or just absolutely horrendous. There are red weather warnings, which is like a threat to life. There's amber weather warnings. There's yellow weather warnings practically over the entirety of the UK. And because of that, we've seen games get cancelled today. Big games as well. We've seen, obviously, the Merseyside derby, one of the biggest games on the football calendar, be cancelled. The last Merseyside derby ever to take place at Goodison Park be postponed today because of the adverse weather. And sometimes when you get games called off, you get pushback and you get people go, oh, come on, I could have made it. You really didn't see any pushback from it earlier today because genuinely, it's that bad. It's that bad. In those areas on the coast, around the UK, pretty every game that's in Wales today has been called off because legitimately the winds and all that, it's just not good. Not good. So those that are travelling to the game today, stay safe. Those that are just out and about today, stay safe because it's rough out there. And hopefully everyone gets to where they need to go safely, or they just stay in and shelter because it's, again, not nice to say the least. So when it comes to the game itself, that could be adversely affected. I mean, Manchester is kind of just outside of the amber weather warning zone, but it's close. And look, you never know when it comes to the weather. It's very unpredictable, isn't it? So we shall see. Manchester United released a statement earlier on today saying that the game's going ahead as scheduled. If anything changes, they'll let us know. I think when it gets to this close, the game's going to probably go ahead because people are already there in Manchester or travelling or very close to going. But stuff could change. And as I mentioned, it is rough. It is very, very, very rough out there today. So that's kind of the situation as just to what's going on when it comes to all the weather and all that kind of stuff. To say the game, as I mentioned, is still going ahead. But anything could happen. Basically, anything could happen. Now, it's one of those ones, isn't it, where when the weather's like this, it's kind of great just to stay in, watch the football, stay warm, stay dry, get a nice cup of tea like I've got here, and just kind of enjoy your Saturday. But if you are out and about, as I mentioned, stay safe and make sure you're sheltered and you give yourself plenty of time and what have you, because it's not nice out there at all. So, as I mentioned, when it comes to the team news that we have thus far already, we know, according to the leaks on social media, which are 99.9% right at this point when it comes to all of it. Alejandro Garnacho starts for Manchester United today. Marcus Rashford starts on the bench. Lenny Oro starts for Manchester United today. No word on who he is replacing. Of course, as more information comes in, we shall let you know. We've already got over 400 people watching. We're not at 100 likes yet. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to an early 100 likes. Also today, as you would see right there, you've got me for the full, what was it? These streams last like 4 hours or something. For the full match, it's going to be me. It's a rare solo with emphasis on the O because of Owen. It's a rare solo match view because obviously Fleck is at the game today, as he always is, with Just Josh Media Graphics Guru Visual Ninja. But KG, that comedian, THA, that comedian, is also at Old Trafford today. So after the game, you'll not only see fan views in these conditions outside Old Trafford, or probably underneath sort of the concourse somewhere dry. You will see Flex fan view, but you'll also see KG that comedian's fan view outside Old Trafford today, which hopefully will be celebrating a victory. Hopefully they'll be discussing a victory, not like midweek where they were standing outside the Emirates discussing a loss or anything like that. So that's the timeline for today, and we're gonna have fun. We're gonna get interactive. We're gonna see what people are saying in the chat. We're gonna read your super chats, your members chats, and hopefully, as I said, talk through a Manchester United victory. No doubt about that. Now, one thing I do want to talk about, and these quotes just start to come out just as I was going live, so you're going to have to sort of bear with me here as I kind of go through them. Sir Jim Ratcliffe has released a couple of quotes here via the United We Stand magazine. It's a fanzine established in 1989. Everyone knows United We Stand, and there's been a lot of criticism of Sir Jim Ratcliffe, of Ineos, of the new people, running the side of things for Manchester United, particularly when it comes to redundancies, cutbacks, staff cuts. The ticket prices have been a big one. I mean, I think that when it came to some of the redundancies and people losing their jobs, it's one of those ones where you go, look, it's unfortunate. You hate to see it, particularly in this current climate, in this current economy. It's tight. There's, certain financial crises at the moment, but sometimes that's inevitable with mergers and acquisitions. You don't like to see it, but you can kind of not accept it, but understand it for what it is. But when it comes to the ticket prices, news recently, a lot of people, justifiably so, not happy, pushing back, protesting over the fact that discounts for the likes of children under 16 match going attendees, people over a certain age, I think it's 60, 65, something like that, OAPs, what have you, had their discounts cut, and it was a flat price of £66 per ticket regardless. And people pushed back on that and said, this is really alarming. And is this the first step of what's to come? Are you going to hike up ticket prices? Are you going to make the fans suffer for underperformance on the pitch and also off the pitch financially over the last few years? That doesn't seem particularly right. And many people have asked for Sir Jim Ratcliffe, Ineos, to come out, comment on it, explain your rationale, listen to the fans, hear the fans for what they're complaining about and what they're pushing back on, because of course that's been one of the biggest problems with the Glazer stewardship, in addition to many others, bleeding the club dry, dividends, not investing money. We could go on forever. But certainly a big criticism of them has just been this complete apathy for the Manchester United fan base, a sort of stonewall approach to communication, empty promises, and just, again, a lack of care. And Sir Jim Ratcliffe has commented on these not very popular decisions that they've made recently with the United We Stand magazine. He said, quote, Manchester United have become mediocre. They are supposed to be one of the best football clubs in the world. We have to make tough and unpopular decisions. If you run away from tough decisions, nothing will change. Now, in regards to the anger surrounding the ticket price increase, he said, quote, "I understand that, but I don't want to be in a situation where the home fans can't afford to come, but I want to make the most of ticket sales. You have to find a balance, and you can't be popular all the time. Here, we're talking about 3% of tickets affected by the increase. I don't think it makes sense that a Manchester United ticket should cost less than a Fulham ticket." And you know what? When it comes to this, a couple of those, when the first bit he says in that first quote I said, when he says there about Manchester United becoming mediocre, it's supposed to be the best football club in the world, you have to make tough and unpopular decisions. If you run away from tough decisions, nothing will change. Well, I got no problem with that, and he's right with a lot of the stuff he's saying. Then look, with being in charge, or being an owner, in his case a minority owner, but being in charge of the football side of things at Manchester United, yeah, I got no problem with making unpopular decisions. That's part of the role of being a boss, isn't it? But the part when he's saying, well, I don't think it makes sense that a Man United ticket should cost less than Fulham. Why are we looking at Fulham as the barometer of anything when it comes to that? Who gives a shit about that? Why are we looking at that going, well, Fulham have got their prices this high, I should be higher because we're Manchester United? What kind of rationale is that? So just because Fulham are overcharging their fans, we should be charging them more? Doesn't make any sense. As I go back to the pushback and the anger and the frustration from Manchester United fans about this, from my perspective anyway, is that really what they're talking about here, and he kind of talks about it, he kind of talks about it in another quote that I'll get up. But as someone says there in the chat, Fulham haven't got the revenue streams that Manchester United do. It's frankly, it's greed, isn't it? That's really what it is. He talks about how, he says, we can't run a business at a loss, where United have been the last couple of years. If you're losing money, you have to borrow from the bank to pay for the losses. Eventually, that becomes unsustainable. And this is where the disconnect is. This is where the pushback is when it comes to this, as I mentioned before, is not the Manchester United fans' burden to pick up. That is not the Manchester United fans' fault. The Manchester United fans have been there week in, week out, through good, through bad. They have bought the shirts that get, they become unbelievably more expensive every single year. I remember a time when I was growing up where one shirt changed every 2 years. You had the same home kit at least for 2 seasons, and in between you changed the away kit. Like every other year you got a new home shirt, or every other year you got an away shirt, because the cost was high. And now, every single season, you get 3 new kits, you get new training kits, you get a European training kit, you get a training kit that changes halfway through the season as well. You get all of this merchandise. As I mentioned, you've got 78,000 people that show up every single week and fund the club from around the world. And just because the club hasn't been performing on the pitch, just because the club hasn't been performing off the pitch, because certain contracts, like with Champions League, with sponsorships, or with certain, like with Adidas, when you're out of the Champions League it goes down, that's not the fans' fault. That's the people that work there's fault. And I understand that you've got rid of them, and I'm glad that you've got rid of them, because again, they mismanage the football club to death. Yes, but that is not the fans' burden. And if you alienate the fans and you basically put that responsibility onto them and say, well, apologies for the early swearing here, but we fucked things up over the last 10, 15 years, and now we're running at a deficit in FFP and PSR, and we're going to get a new stadium. Can you pay for that, please, fans? That's a complete disconnect, and that is when you lose people. That is how you lose people, because you're not looking at them as supporters. You're not looking at them as people that are fans of the club. You're looking at them as revenue streams. You're looking at them as people that pump money into the club. And that is not how you should look at supporters, at fans. And like I said, I've got no problem with him saying that Manchester United's become mediocre. Yes, they have become mediocre. And yes, standards on the floor and what have you. But at the same time, that's not the fans' fault. The fans have been there to support them throughout the whole time. That is mismanagement. That is people not being good at their jobs. And you've got to figure out a way to fix that. You've got to figure out a way to get out of that. But if your first way is, we'll just get more money from the fans, that's unacceptable. That's off the table, because that is a Glazer approach. That has been the Glazer approach since they acquired the club in the early 2000s, which is anything we want to do, people will come every single week, people will buy the shirts, so who gives a shit? That's what we'll do. And you lose people. And particularly Manchester United fans, if they've seen it, and they're no mugs, they're no fools. They see it for what it is, and they can sense a cash grab a million miles off. And I understand that it would be to the benefit of the club, and it would be to the benefit of the organisation. It would be to this, and it would be to that. But at the same time, as we've said, when it comes to transfers and the like, right? Sins of the past. Remember when we would say that? Sins of the past, all that fun stuff. You've got to deal with it. You've got to deal with the sins of the past. And it's not, again, it's not to the fans to bail that out, in my opinion, when it comes to that. So that was kind of what Sir Jim Ratcliffe has been saying. I guess, leaked team news, again, is still going to be coming actually very soon. According to Amorim's Reds, once again, Kobbie Mainoo starts for Manchester United today. Now, this was kind of expected, I think. He obviously didn't play in the week. He was suspended. So that made sense that he would come back in. So once again, this is kind of the fun of the team news and all that kind of stuff, isn't it? Now you've got to start putting pieces together. If this person plays, who doesn't play? So what we know at the moment is Lenny Yoro starts. Whether that's going to be for De Ligt, whether that's going to be for Harry Maguire, we shall see. We know that Kobbie Mainoo starts. Well, here we go. There we go. Amorim's Reds is saying 4 changes from the last game. So we've got the following. We've got in goal, Andre Onana. We've got right centre-back, Lenny Yoro. We've got Matthijs de Ligt in the middle and Lisandro Martinez as the back 3. We've got Amad Diallo once again back as right wing back. We've got Kobbie Mainoo in midfield. Interestingly, he's alongside Manuel Ugarte. I was unsure if it was going to be Casemiro, but it looks like it's going to be Manuel Ugarte. So let's just change this. It doesn't look like, by the way, that Nusay Mazraoui is starting today. So he looks like he's going to be the one that's rested for Manchester United. So we've got Yoro, De Ligt, Martinez. We've got Amad. We've got Ugarte and we've got Kobbie Mainoo in midfield. And for the left wing back, we've got Diogo Dalot. The 2 10s is Bruno Fernandes and Marcus Rashford. Is Alejandro Garnacho. The reason I say Marcus Rashford is because Marcus Rashford's on the bench for Manchester United. And up front, we have Rasmus Højlund. As far as substitutes, don't know that just at the moment. I guess one we do know is Marcus Rashford. You would assume, looking at this, you've probably got the likes of Casemiro, Mazraoui, Maguire, on the bench, Malacia perhaps as well, Mason Mount, but we'll wait to get any more confirmation on that later on. Let's just get this graphic done and we can get that up on the screen and we can talk about that a little bit more for you guys. That goes there with the what you call it and the thingy. But I tell you what, the really interesting one with that is Marcus Rashford. It is Marcus Rashford starting on the bench for Manchester United. I really thought he would start today just because... not necessarily because he came on and he lit the world up. He really didn't light the world up at all, did he? But as I've said before, I just don't like him as a substitute. I think when he comes on as a sub, I just don't think he offers all that much, to be honest with you. I don't really think he offers anything. He has kind of the boo-boo face, I think, when he kind of comes on. And I just don't think it really works. I don't think he really gets involved. But at the same time, when it comes to it, maybe that is Ruben Amorim saying, well, look, when you come on, you've got to show something. He was asked about it in the press conference. I don't know if you saw the video about the away fans and going to them and applauding. Rashford kind of was the one that didn't and go back, and it kind of avoided the question a little bit, to be fair, Ruben Amorim, because he didn't want to single out a player individually, because he kind of was asked about Rashford a bit later on. He said, I don't really want to talk about individuals. But maybe Amorim's sending a message, and if that's the case, I think it's the right message to send as well, to be honest with you. Right, so according to the leaks, this is the Manchester United starting 11 to face Nottingham Forest at Old Trafford this evening. Once again, that is Andre Onana in goal, a back 3 of Lenny Yoro starts for Manchester United for the first time. Made his competitive debut at the Emirates for Manchester United, coming on in the second half. He starts today for United at right centre-back. Matthijs de Ligt once again through the middle. Lich Martinez on the left. I mean, to be honest, that's when people were talking about the back three for Manchester United. When people were talking about Ruben Amorim's best 11 and Ruben Amorim's starting 11, this, that, and the other. When you spoke about the back three, that was the one, wasn't it? That was the back three that I think 99% of people said, which was Yoro, de Ligt, Martinez. That's the one that people wanted to see. So you would hope that this is the beginning of more consistently this back three playing, or our strongest back three playing for Manchester United today. Wing backs, not too much of a surprise, really. Glad to see Amad Diallo back in starting at right wing back, where Ruben Amorim does like him, and he has been very effective. Left-hand side, didn't expect Thuram Malacia to start today, although I will give him a huge amount of credit because I do think he actually did really well in the first half against Arsenal, against Bukayo Saka. It's just a minutes thing, isn't it? It's just a minutes thing. It's just a case of physically he's not there yet. But I think he did way better than I thought. He did way better than I thought he was going to do midweek against Arsenal. So it's just a case of building him up, and he can be an asset for the rest of the season. I still think, obviously, we need to get a left wing back, whether that's Alphonso Davies, whether that's Kirkes, whether that's someone else we haven't really been linked to just yet. We need a left wing back. There's no doubt about that. Midfield, I expected Kobe to come back in, so I'm not too surprised by that. Of course, suspended at the Emirates. Kind of did think it was maybe going to be Casemiro. Kind of did that. That's what it was going to be. But Ugarte starts. Got no problem with that. Again, I think Ugarte's been improving. I think the criticism of him earlier on in the season after like a game was kind of insane. Bruno Fernandes, not a surprise. The Garnacho one's probably, again, one of the most sort of surprising elements of this, isn't it? That's a big surprise for United today. Again, I did expect it to be Rashford, maybe Mount again. Not too surprised with that. I suppose that he's coming back from injury. Garnacho's got a lot of criticism over the last few games, hasn't he? And this kind of predates Ruben Amorim, doesn't it? It's once again, it's a case of decision making. It's decision making, and it's the final pass, final ball, missing chances. I still do say that he's young, and I think he's been overplayed. I still do say that I think there's been an over amount of pressure on him. And I think he's unfortunate in the sense of, for the last 18 months, senior players haven't been pulling their weight. And in addition to that, there's been so many injuries, and he's been overplayed. He's been overplayed, and he shouldn't have played just the sheer volume of games that he has. And that's still, to an extent, the case, I think, with him. Because you look at who could potentially play there instead of him today. If Marcus Rashford started, those people that are criticising Garnacho would be criticising the inclusion of Rashford, because Rashford came on against Arsenal and did next to nothing. If it was Mason Mount, I think it would be reckless to start him. He's just come back from injury. So the only other person you may be saying that could start there is maybe Joshua Zirkzee. And you still have the discussion then about, should he be playing on the 10 or should he be playing up front? So I'm not too surprised by that, and I think you would hope that team can be good enough to beat Forest, as is always the case whenever the team comes out. And again, hasn't officially come out just yet. We have to wait until about 15 minutes time. Officially, the team news will come out, but this is the leaked lineup, which is from the people that are releasing it, is usually pretty much spot on. It always has been spot on. I think that team's good enough to win, and as always the case, as I said, like the team news comes out every single week. We have this weird cycle, don't we? Every single match day where we go fucking nuts when the team news comes out. On Wednesday, my goodness, the team news came out, didn't it? And what's Amorim doing? No Højlund. No, it wasn't no Højlund. It was no Zirkzee, no Rashford. They've just scored. No Amad. That was the big one, wasn't it? No Amad. I can't believe that. Dropped our best or most informed player at the moment. No Amad. What's going on with that one? Oof, I'm not sure. Difficult call. And we have the meltdown every single time, don't we? So it's nothing new in that regard. First super chat of the day from Bonehurt. says, great speech on Ticket and Fans, Owen. Send that Sir Jim Ratcliffe. Has anyone told KG he is meant to be at Old Trafford, or are we getting a Where's the Link call soon? But honestly, you say that, your guess is as good as mine, because obviously with the travel issues and stuff like that today, I have got like half a worry that he's going just to call me and be like, oh yeah, by the way, I didn't go, or by the way, yeah, the travel was bad, so I didn't go. Where's the link? So your guess is as good as mine, Bone Hurt. But my understanding is that he will be at the game today. My understanding is that, yes, he'll be doing a fan view outside Old Trafford after the game with Flex. But, I mean, you never know. Anything's possible with him. We've got close to 900 people watching. We're still not at 200 likes yet, guys. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to quickly 500. Be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it, bottom right hand corner. Let's see if we can get to closer to that big goal of 200,000 subscribers. And if you haven't already, as I mentioned, be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it. When it comes to pre-match stuff, and when it comes to other discussions, actually, as I just make sure that this screen is ready, as people are talking about the team, and I put Rasmus Højlund up front instead of Xerxes. So if you're gonna, again, we don't have confirmed bench or anything like that just yet for Manchester United, but you would think it's probably Bayendier, Mazraoui, Eriksen, Casemiro, Rashford, Anthony, Xerxes, and then you probably would have Malacia in there as well, wouldn't you? Malacia. You're probably looking at something like that, I would think. Did I say Mason Mount? You probably have Mason Mount on there too. I think that's the case. So yeah, like I said, I'm not too perturbed with that starting 11 at all. I know that at the moment the one that people are angry with is Alejandro Garnacho. I think that hopefully once those more forward options, once those 10 positions like Mount get more fit, when Rashford, if he pulls his finger out, then maybe Garnacho will come out the side. But at the same time, again, it's just overkill. I mentioned this on the Trinity on yesterday when it comes to players, and this was the case last week heading into this week. We have to, I think, get away as a fan base from this, hold that mentality against ourselves, against each other. And what I mean by that is when a player does have a good game, so whether it's Xerxes against Everton or it was Højlund against Bodo Glimt, we go at each other, don't we? We go like, see, hold that, apologise. You said if you weren't convinced by him, blah, 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 then you're in the mud, you're in this, you're in that. And then a game or so later, against Arsenal, for instance, Højlund starts, Xerxes eventually comes on, and then it turns into, he's shit, they're rubbish, I can't believe we've been doing that, blah, 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 blah. And you just go, you have to take the page out of the Marcel book, don't you, when you go, you can't get too carried away, and you also don't have to slam them if they have a bad game. And that's the case, I think, with Alejandro Garnacho at the moment. Do we know his positives and his negatives? Absolutely. He's still a young player. I do find it odd, sort of shifting of the goalposts. I mean, how old is he? 20? And there's this kind of narrative that that's not even that young. It bloody is. Like, it is. And in this period of time, he has still been scoring goals, and we're still criticised. Now, there are certain things he needs to improve and certain things he needs to get better on. No doubt about it, 100%. But it's just like writing off immediately, isn't it? It's this writing off immediately, and then it kind of fosters itself into this sort of weird player FC tribalism thing, which to me is just strange, very, very strange. And in terms of his, football potential in his football career, he's still very, very young. I mean, this is his what? When did he break into the Manchester United first 11? I was in Ten Hag's first season. That was like halfway through the season he was a sub. So you could make an argument that last season was his first full season as a first team player. Second season, which is now, it still probably needs to keep improving. But with young players, there's inconsistency, isn't it? There's inconsistency, and it's just a bit OTT sometimes. I think it's just a bit OTT, and maybe it's this thing of the sort of weird comparisons to Cristiano Ronaldo. He will not be Cristiano Ronaldo. There will not be another Cristiano Ronaldo. You know, when it comes to like Ronaldo and Messi, the reason their numbers are just so far ahead of everyone else is because they're freaks. They are absolute freaks. To say they are once in a generation players is an understatement. I don't know if anyone will put those numbers on the screen again that Ronaldo and Messi have in their career. You know, we're talking about players who are getting 50 goals in La Liga in a season. It's insane. And I think we're starting to see that actually post their era, you know, that we're kind of going, bloody hell, those numbers were ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So he's not going to be Cristiano Ronaldo. He can be the first Alejandro Garnacho, whatever that looks like and whatever that is. And I think we just have to kind of accept that, as I said, for what it kind of is, to be honest with you. A couple of super chats here. Let's go to Lucas Chan's been a man for 29 months. Says, big up Owen. I hope the club does something for Kath today. May she rest in peace. I'm hoping for a 3-0 victory. Glory, glory, Man United. Yeah, I think, my understanding is, I think they're wearing black armbands. I don't know if there's going to be a minute silence or a minute of applause or something like that before kickoff. I really hope so. I know there are tributes at Old Trafford, but I hope there is. I think minimum, as I said, there is black armbands, but I would hope that there would be. You would kind of expect there to be a minute silence or minutes applause or something like that for Kath after her passing. And it's a massive, massive loss, isn't it? I mean, she was Mrs. Manchester United. Started work just after Man United won the European Cup in '68 and knew everyone. You think of the people that went through that door or those doors at Carrington, every single one, or prior to that, you know, the cliff, and it's crazy, and it's a massive, massive loss to the club, no doubt about it. Red Baron says, at least he works hard. I know that is the bare minimum. I wonder what does Flex think? Now, we've got a bit of an interesting road trip today because he did it whilst he wasn't even technically on the road, but here's what he had to say about the Manchester United game against Nottingham Forest.
I haven't actually hit the road yet. I'm here in the Saturday Social Studios here at Sky. We've just finished. Faisal from SDS, he's walking off because he said that Mo Salah, he tried to tell me on live TV, that Mo Salah is the greatest Premier League winger and it's not Cristiano Ronaldo.
Don't lie to your audience.
That's what you said.
Don't lie. Yes, it's true, but why are you lying to the audience to make it look like Ronaldo's better?
That's what I mean. So this is what we have to deal with. And he's a Real Madrid fan, so I needed more.
Context.
No, but I needed more from you.
It was a Premier League debate.
No, but I needed a little bit of bias, something. You went with Mo Salah, bro.
It was a Premier League debate.
Ballon d'Or at 23 years of age. 08. Do you know what I mean? 3 back-to-back Premier Leagues. 3 Premier Leagues in a row.
Consistency. Give me 8
and then got bored.
Goals.
Salah's still here trying to get more. Can't even get it. Only got 1. Ronaldo got 3 and left there. I'm bored.
You being petty now?
Get out of here, Faisal, man.
Put the fries in the bag.
But it is the road trip for Manchester United taking on Nottingham Forest. It's going to be a big game. It's going to be a big game today. Let me go sit down somewhere because actually, I feel like I need a little bit of lighting. Let me go over here. Let's do this properly. It's going to be a really difficult game because Forest, as we know, I'm going to go sit on a little stool. Forest, as we know, are a difficult team to play against. You know, we know what they've been up to. We know how well they've been playing. And away from home, look, they're the only team to beat Liverpool this season. The recent games, yes, Man City got slumped. And they got slumped against Arsenal as well. But in the Man City game, they had chances. They did have chances. So, look, my son, Elanga, that's going to be something we need to look out for on the wide areas. Of course, Callum Hudson-Odoi, I think he was unused substitute in the last game. But you've got Jota out there. Gibbs White, is handy as well. So, look, it's not going to be an easy game, and we know that. Even last year, we were 2-0 down within, 10 minutes or something like that against Forest and had to come back and win the game 3-2. So it's never usually an easy game against them. But for us, it's about bouncing back from the Arsenal game. I think we've got games that are beyond us. We've got games that we know away from home against some of the big six that are going to be a struggle. But these games in between are so important. We have to win these games to just maintain that little bit of confidence, maintain that little bit of buy-in and consistency. Because I think for the players as well, the games in between the big ones, you need to be winning those as well. Otherwise, you're just in a bit of a free fall where you're not really moving league position. You're not really getting the results that you want to get. We've said already, how difficult is it to predict Ruben Amorim's teams? It's becoming a little bit more easy, but not in terms of merit or not in terms of form, but in terms of fitness. So basically, the players who played against Arsenal, there's a high likeliness that basically a lot of them won't start against Forest tonight. So that's becoming easier to predict. But I think at the wing back situations, I want to see Ahmad come in. I want to see him get straight back in there. We're going to need him, and he didn't start against Arsenal, so he should be fresh. Obviously, he did get a half against Arsenal, so does he get a half today and come off in the 55-minute subs or 60-minute subs that Ruben likes to do? We don't know, but I need to see Ahmad back in there. I'd probably but then this is where it's interesting, because I would love Yoro to start. You know, he came on. He's obviously got a time limit, so how long can he start? But it'd be great to give him his first start at Old Trafford. Would be brilliant, but we don't know if he can manage that. So I think it'll probably be a bit beyond him. So I think he'll probably go back to right centre back. Will probably be Mazraoui. I think left centre back will definitely be Martinez back in the squad for balance, and then that central centre back position is between De Ligt and Maguire, to be fair. And I think Maguire done a good job against Arsenal in that centre-back position, because he's got the protection. You know, he has big switches of play. He's comfortable stepping out. He's comfortable being on the ball. So that's a big plus for him. But I think, I don't know, I'd probably go... It depends. Again, the load. De Ligt's played a lot of games because Maguire's had to wait for help from other, thoroughbred centre-backs to get back. Lindelof is not going to be in the squad. Johnny Evans is still not there, and Martinez was out of the last game, so and was coming back from injury before as well. So De Ligt's been the one who's ever present, so he might actually need more of a rest. So maybe you go with Maguire. Starting centre back, I don't mind that. Dalot back to left wing back potentially, or does Malacia go again? Look, getting 45 minutes against Bukayo Saka and giving a good account of himself actually was good. But again, with his knee injury and him coming back from that, how long? How can he go? Can he go again now? Back-to-back starts. I think that will probably be beyond him. So I think it'll probably be Dalot back to left wing back. Midfield is interesting because you want to start to see some consistency in there, but again, it's the load management. Kobe Mainoo obviously played one game, first start under Amorim after being on the bench or an unused sub in the first couple of games, and then got himself a yellow card and couldn't be part of the game against Arsenal. So he's going to be fit and raring to go. I wouldn't mind seeing him and Casemiro, actually, because Ugate's probably going to need a rest. The way Amorim was talking about him in the press conference, saying somebody like Manuel for a long time, he's probably going to need some more time. So I feel like we could see Casemiro come back into the team. Bruno, I wouldn't mind seeing further forward in this game. Put him back in a 10. Mason Mount probably not going to be able to start. So I would say there's a space for Bruno back in there. And the other 10's interesting because I think Marcus Rashford will probably get a start, having not started against Arsenal. And Garnacho didn't tear up trees as well. And then what do you do with Xerxes/Højlund? Well, Amorim shows us that he probably would go with Xerxes and switch it up. But I just think the most important thing, as we know, is to make sure we win the game. It's to make sure we win the game. This game and the Victoria Pilsen game, because going into City, you don't want to be going into there with iffy results, conceding goals. And I want that clean sheet. I know I've gone with a 2-1. I think it'll be tight. But I need that clean. What do you want? What?
No one cares about your opinion.
They do, bro. This is United view, bro. They do care, bro. This guy thinks we're going to draw. What do you think? We're going to draw?
1-1.
1-1. Why? Why do you think we're going to draw?
Brother, have you seen yourself? Have you seen your team?
Have you seen us on the ribbon?
What?
You seen us?
What?
Organisation.
What? Budo scored 2 goals and Norwich team scored 2 goals against
Yeah,
you.
bro, because that was only our first game in Europe under him, innit? And then we come back, goals galore. Rashford's got a new girlfriend, everything.
Fairs.
That's what I'm saying.
Fairs, but
that's different.
But Arsenal, what happened against Arsenal?
No, bro, Arsenal better. Stoke, set pieces, bro. Didn't see Saka, didn't see Odegaard, didn't see any of them guys. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I've got 1 more minute. So basically, the haters are trying to hate on us, guys. They think we're not making improvements. We are making improvements, but we do have to show it. we really do have to show it, because if we don't, we're going to start, like I said, second guessing, not being in a good position in the league. But yeah, now I'm less sort of on this whole, this player must start. I'm so behind Ruben changing things. I'm so behind Ruben basically saying, I need to be able to, manage the load of the players. 15 games or 14 games now in like 50 odd days. It's not an easy task. It's not an easy task. And I always said the first 5 to 10 games, I'm going to allow him to find out what his team is. But actually, I didn't even really take into consideration the schedule, because between now and end of January, Feb, there's a game every 4 days. So it's not going to be easy. My prediction, still going to be 2-1. Owen's going to be on the match view. KG's going to be at the game as well, so we'll catch up with him after the game outside OT.
One of my favourite things to do with those road trips on the match view is always talk about when we play them. And Flex says, I think this player's going to start. I don't think this player's going to start. This person's not going to start. I don't think it's always the opposite. It's always the opposite of what he says. Official team news has now been released by Manchester United. And I think it's the same as was put out there, isn't it? Because it's always the case. Andre Onana in goal. We've got Lenny Oro does indeed have his first start for Manchester United today. At home, at Old Trafford, he's in the right centre-back position. Matthijs de Ligt continues in the middle. Licha Martinez is the left centre-back. In terms of the wing-backs, we have Ahmad and we also have Diogo Dalot. Midfield, we have Kobbie Mainoo coming in after being suspended against Arsenal. Manuel Ugarte will be his partner in midfield. In front of them will indeed be Alejandro Garnacho, Bruno Fernandes, and in the number 9 position will be Manchester United's number 9, that being one Rasmus Højlund. As far as the bench, now we can actually tell you who the bench is before. Sometimes you're never too sure. So we have the likes of, we have Bayern Dia, we have Harry Maguire, we have Terrell Malacia, we have Mazraoui getting a well-earned rest. He's played a lot of football, hasn't he, recently, in quite a few different positions for United. Christian Eriksen on the bench for United. Some people sort of saying, oh, does Ruben Amorim not really fancy Christian Eriksen? I think it's just a case of, maybe not fancying him, and also I think it's a case of that does give an indication as to what's really happening with Eriksen's future. We know his contract is coming up in the summer, and could be one where Man United look to cash in as quickly as... Oh, Palace have scored. Palace have scored at the Selhurst Park. It is Crystal Palace 2, Manchester City 1. City behind for the second time in this match. City behind again. Again. They're losing again. I was saying yesterday on the Trinity, and I couldn't actually believe this, you know. I couldn't believe this yesterday. I don't know if you can let me know in the chat if you saw this on the Trinity yesterday. I was going, of all of those big games that we've got coming up, of all of the big games we've got coming up, I was like, if you had to pick one as the one that would be most likely that we could get the win in, and I know that's very presumptive, but let's say hypothetically we only win one, so we've got to play Arsenal again in the FA Cup, we've got to play Liverpool at Anfield, we've got to play City at the Etihad. I'm not counting the Spurs one. Out of those ones, like, what's the one most likely United could win? And I was like, well, it'd be the City one, wouldn't it? And you should have seen their faces. You should have seen their faces. Oh, I don't know about that, Owen. I don't know. I was like, have you seen them recently? And it's not to say that they're going to lose every single game, but it's more just a case of, like, why not? They're not playing very well, nor are we. But I feel like my point was kind of lost. It kind of went over their heads a little bit. My point was that they're not playing very well. They don't have any legs in midfield. Surely that's the most likely one. I mean, you wouldn't be like, you know, with chess going, we're going to go to Anfield, we're going to win. We've already just been to the Emirates and not won. If you had to pick one of them, you go probably would be City, because they're not what they were or have been previously, have they? So that would be surely the most likely situation. And I couldn't believe that. No, I don't know about that. I was quite shocked, to be honest with you. But that's the Manchester United confirmed starting 11 today, with the bench as well. And of course, if anything else happens in that City game or in the other games, of course, I will let you know. I've got the screens in front of me at the moment, so we can inform you. We can get a version of sort of Gillette Soccer Saturday plus United View, Match View Live pre-match, all rolled into one. This is always the fun, isn't it, when you're playing just after the 3 o'clocks. And also, actually, a reminder to everyone: if you are watching in the UK, then this game is televised today. It's on Sky Sports, 5:30 kickoff here in the UK for Manchester United versus Nottingham Forest. How many people we got watching at the moment? We've nearly got 1,000 people watching, which is fantastic. If you haven't already, click the like button. Where are we at in terms of likes? We're less than 200 away from 500, so if you haven't already, click that like button. Let's see if we can get it to a quick 500. Be sure to subscribe as well. If you can't click the like button for City losing again, for the second time in this match, by the way, but just City in general losing again. If you can't click the like button for, you know, Manchester United starting Lenny Oro having his Manchester United, Old Trafford debut, and certainly his first start for Manchester United today, I think that's worth a like. And what was it before? I think before it was like, if we don't, what was the number you have to get to for Manchester United to win? It might have been 1,000. And to be fair, we did get that against Arsenal and we didn't win. But yeah, we'll try it again. Maybe that's just for Old Trafford matches. Maybe that's just it's only for matches at Old Trafford. So if you haven't already clicked the like button, yes, I am absolutely playing on the sort of superstitiousness of those in the chat. But yes, if you haven't already clicked the like button and be sure to subscribe, we've got over 1,000 people watching. Let's see what people are saying in the chat actually about it, and be sure to put in your prediction, your thoughts on that starting lineup today. Are you happy? Are you not happy? Are you concerned? Do you have worries? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the chat. What are people saying here? Riri's in the chat. Big up Riri. Says bless up Owen and everyone in the community. Zeppelin says, just a reminder, guys, Amorim watches the players and he's not going to accept an attacker that just walks around. I tell you what was an absolutely fantastic quote from Ruben Amorim in his embargoed part of his press conference. He was asked about having to run. And he said about, you have to, he said, with players, he said, can't make players faster. He said, we can't do that. You can't get faster. But he said, what you can do is you can run more. And that's what he wants his players to do. He was also saying about how you can't win the Premier League. He's basically saying you can't win the Premier League if you don't run. And it's basically as simple as that. It's not even a negotiable. He said you have to run like mad dogs. That was his quote. You have to run like mad dogs. This is, we can get to it actually, because I want to get, this was a good quote from Ruben Amorim. And I think it kind of maybe emphasizes what he wants and he wants to see from certain players. This was it. It was about the team needing to run to be successful in the Premier League. And he was essentially asked, when it comes to, you've spoken about the need to run, you've spoken about the need to suffer, and basically, if the effort isn't there, is it impossible that Manchester United can succeed? And he said, it's impossible to win the Premier League without a team like that. That fight, every moment, runs back, runs forward. It's impossible to win. If we want to win, we have to do it. Even with the best starting 11 on the planet, without running, they will not win anything. It's very clear. If you want to win the Premier League, you have to run like mad dogs. If not, we're not going to do it. That is clear. And I thought, wow, that's pretty much, he's put his expectations out there, hasn't he, with that, when it comes to that one. The expectations are, if you don't run and you don't show effort, then we're not going to win. And whether or not that's the reason why, Marcus Rashford doesn't start today, whether that's the reason why certain players might get played less and less for Manchester United moving forward under Ruben Amorim, we shall see. But he's got a big emphasis on running, tracking back. And he was even asked, this was a really good question that was put to him in this presser, that was, but with all due respect, Ruben, Manchester United fans have heard this before, basically. And we have seen in the past, new manager bounce, new coach bounce, whatever you want to call it. And within 3 or 4 months, the players aren't running again. Is that something that concerns you? Is that something that worries you? And essentially, he said, well, as of now, that's not a problem. If that becomes a problem, we'll address it at the time. But as of right now, that's not a problem. And again, it certainly feels like at the moment, isn't it, is that as long as you give effort, then Ruben Amorim's with you. As long as you try, as long as you run and you do those basics, he's with you. He understands that it's going to be an adaptation process. He kind of laid it out very bare, actually, in the second part of this press conference too, where he said that, one of the things I said when I came in is that we need to keep the ball better. Now we're keeping the ball better. But the players need more information, the players need more training, and the players need more time with what to do in that in the final third of the pitch. And in that final third of the pitch, that will come later, but we've kind of got to break it up into sections, break it up into chunks at the moment, and kind of decide what we want to do first. And what I want to do first is have us keeping the ball better. But involved in all of that, the basic fundamentals are you have to show effort and you have to run. And if you don't run, I guess then you're not going to play. And maybe that explains why certain players are not. If you are just joining us once again, that is the Manchester United starting 11 for the game against Nottingham Forest at Old Trafford. Kickoff in just over an hour's time. It's a 5:30 kickoff. It's the evening kickoff in the Premier League today. In goal, we have Andre Onana, a back three consisting of Lenny Oro starting his first game for Manchester United. I mean, it's the back three, isn't it? It's the back three that I think everyone wants. I think it's the back three that everyone hoped, and sort of in the idealised Ruben Amorim starting 11, when back in that international break, when everyone was doing the discussions of what is Ruben Amorim's best starting 11, this was the back three, wasn't it? It said Lenny Oro, Matthijs de Ligt, and Licha Martinez. That was the back three. It's got balance, it's got pace from Lenny Oro, it's got ability on the ball, from Oro and Martinez. It's got height from Matthijs de Ligt, and it's got strength. You know, it complements itself very well. It's got good balance. That would hopefully be the one, and hopefully it's just a case of keeping all three fit and available. Can't play every game, of course, but because I would expect Lenny Oro at some point probably come off today. And even Licha, he's had his injury issues, so he might come off as well. Masrara at some point we know will probably come on, but that's the back three. The wing backs, again, not surprised that it's Amad Diallo and Diogo Dalot. Obviously, Malacia did start against Arsenal, which was a surprise. I didn't expect him to start against Arsenal on Wednesday, but I think he did really well. But he was out of action for 18 months. He can't be starting game after game after game. He's only in the position at the moment where he can do 45 minutes. And you've got to make sure that you manage those minutes effectively, and certainly don't have a relapse of the severe knee injury that he had. So it's not a shock that it's Dalot on the left-hand side today. Kobbie Mainoo comes in. He was suspended against Arsenal. Likewise, so was Licha Martinez after picking up the yellow cards against Everton. So Kobbie comes back in. And it'll be an interesting and quite a big game for him, because against Everton, he did look a bit rusty, a bit slow, trying to get back up to pace with things. And I don't think he'd have probably started against Arsenal anyway. So that's why it wasn't this massive miss against Arsenal at the Emirates. But today will be an important game for him to get back up to speed. Manuel Ugarte, it must be such a luxury for Ruben Amorim to have him in that starting 11, because not only does he know the player very well, and this was something that Amorim was talking about in his presser too, going, I know him, I know how he can recover, I know what I've got there. He also knows what Ruben Amorim wants from him. And like Ruben Amorim said, you know, the sort of base level, the minimum expectation is to run and to put effort in. You don't have to worry about that with Manuel Ugarte, do you? You know, you can maybe make some pointers or some criticisms about maybe the more technical aspects of things, passing, ability on the ball, how he can progress the ball forward, but you can't fault his effort, and certainly he does what the manager asks of him, no doubt about that. City are through on goal, and it's 2-2. 2-2 at Selhurst Park. Rico Lewis has scored, equalised. It's Crystal Palace 2, Manchester City 2. So that is the latest there. But with how City are playing at the moment, who's to say that Crystal Palace won't go up the other end and score? But as of now, it's 2-2. Rico Lewis has just equalised at Selhurst Park. We're also just under 100 likes away from 500. If you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe. Mana says, is Bruno going to wear the rainbow armband since Masrara is not playing? He wore it against Everton anyway, the rainbow armband that was regarding the jackets. So yeah, that's the reason. That's the situation with that one. In terms of the inside 10s, Bruno Fernandes, no surprise there. As I mentioned, the Manchester United captain starts. Garnacho, people will be looking at it. People will be looking at Garnacho, of course, again today. You know, they'll be talking about decision making. They'll be talking about ability up front and his end product. He'll need a big game today. Likewise, Rasmus Højlund. Højlund obviously played brilliantly against Bodo Glimt. Got the he pressed for the first goal, which Garnacho scored. Scored a fantastic goal, didn't he? When he equalised, juggled the ball, and put it in the back of the net, and of course got the winner after an Ugarte assist. But when it came to the Arsenal game, struggled. Certainly, you could say the service was considerably less. But he also went up against better defenders, went up against better centre-backs, and there's an argument to be said that Saliba, one of the best, not only one of the best centre-backs in the Premier League, but certainly one of the best centre-backs in the world. It's no shame to be comfortably handled by him, because he does it to a lot of players. But I saw someone in the comments say something about Højlund and what I've been saying about him recently, and I think it's kind of been misconstrued. I don't think you can say, or I can't say anyway, that Rasmus Højlund isn't going to become a 20, 25 goals a year striker. We don't know. We don't know that. And as I've mentioned many a time, the striking position's a funny one because throughout history, some people just click into gear and suddenly they just start scoring goals and they can't stop. And whatever was stopping them before, it just starts and they just click into this, complete goal scorer. And you're like, wow, I didn't even necessarily see that one coming. And I don't think you can doubt he's got ability. He has got ability. He has scored some good goals for Manchester United. And yes, there's certainly an argument to be made about service to him. I do think there are elements of his game that he has to improve, particularly sort of the wrestling side of things and what have you. My thing about Rasmus Højlund has been that I just don't think at this stage in his career, the pressure should be on him to be the guy for Manchester United of, right, your expectation is 20, 25 goals a year. You're the number 9 for Manchester United. That's what you've got to do. Because I just don't think he's that right now. And I think the best thing for him is to have support, is to have a more senior striker and to have someone, again, that can lift that burden and is ready right now to score 20, 25 goals a season. And then Rasmus Højlund can develop, and then you can find out whether he's going to become that player or not. Because I just don't think Manchester United aren't in the position to kind of just, well, we'll wait and see what happens and we won't get anyone else. And I think when you have a situation like that, you're kind of asking for trouble. And when I say that, that's when it gets into, no, you can't, no, you're being very critical of Rasmus Højlund. No, he doesn't get opportunities and he doesn't get chances. He doesn't get this, he doesn't get like that. Once again, it's just going, you need more options and you need more goal scorers in the team. And yes, it's not, well, I don't know, I'm probably screaming into the void here, aren't I, when it comes to this kind of stuff. But I know there's no room for nuance in arguments nowadays, or debates nowadays. They turn into arguments, but debates nowadays about football and football players. Yes, there are other factors. Absolutely. Could Manchester United create more chances? Of course they could. And as we've seen with like Xerxes against Everton, if you create chances for strikers at this level, particularly those kind of chances where you're through on goal, just got to beat the goalkeeper, more often than not, they should score at minimum, get it in the back of the net. I'm not arguing that at all. I'm just saying, I think Manchester United, when you look at that team and that squad in general, they need more in attacking positions than what we've got right now. We've got young players in attacking positions. We've also got people in attacking positions that aren't really well known for scoring lots of goals, and we just need more. So that's why when we go into the summer transfer window, that's why you talk about going, there are a lot of areas. This is kind of something we spoke about yesterday on the Trinity, going, actually, you know what? Yeah, when it comes to the 10s, there's an argument to be made. You might need 2 10s in the summer. Obviously, we know the wing-back situation. Definitely need a left wing-back. And right wing-back, if you can get a specialist right wing-back in, maybe you can move Ahmad forward. You probably need another striker again, a striker that's 26, 27 kind of now, ready to go. Maybe you're looking to someone else to be in midfield alongside Ugarte. Depending on what's happening centre-backs wise, we're going to probably have a few centre-back departures in the summer. You would hope that back three is kind of the settled back three for United. But then Lindelof's going, Johnny Evans probably go, Harry Maguire could go in the summer. So you're going to need at least 1 or 2 maybe centre-backs coming in the summer too. So there's a lot of work still to do and a lot of recruitment still to do. And in fairness, this past summer is one of the first summers you can say more often than not Man United actually did get their signings right, which is a rarity, absolutely rarity for United. But there's still a lot of work to do and there's still a lot of unpicking to do when it comes to those. So to say that Rasmus Højlund needs support isn't a writing off of Rasmus Højlund. And it's kind of the same with Garnacho. I think, Garnacho, most people know that Garnacho is most effective at the moment coming off the bench. And you look towards for instance, today, when you look towards the bench today, instead of Garnacho, who could start and genuinely that we'd be happy with? Because you go, right, if it was Rashford, the criticism of Rashford would be, West Ham released a statement saying West Ham can confirm striker Mikel Antonio has been involved in a road traffic accident. The thoughts and prayers of everyone at the club are with Mikel and his family and friends at this time. The club will issue an update in due course. That is horrible news. Hopefully everything's okay. Again, don't really know any more details than that. I just saw the statement appear up on the screen there. Hopefully he's okay. And thoughts and prayers are with him and his family and loved ones in a very concerning time. Of course, if we hear anything more, we'll let you know. That is horrible news indeed. Really horrible news. That is wow. That really takes you off track, doesn't it? My goodness. But yes, going back to the team there about options, striking options. We just need more. Just need more in those forward areas. And when it comes to Garnacho, that's what I was saying about Garnacho. Who would start ahead of him today? You would go Rashford. No, let's face it, we wouldn't be totally happy with that. Xerxes. Looks like Ruben Amorim would prefer to play him as a striker, even though he's kind of said that he's not a striker. Mason Mount, in an ideal world, maybe yes, but we have to be realistic. And I know sometimes this is the issue with fans, is we're not realistic, but Mason Mount can't start at the moment because they have to manage his recovery. This was another thing that Ruben Amorim said in his press conference. He said that it's really difficult because for some of these players that they are managing and are coming back from injury and they're trying to ensure they don't get injured again, essentially they're playing games and they can't really train. The way he was explaining it, he was sort of saying, well, if I've got a player that's got a time limit in a match, like a Mason Mount or a Harry Maguire or a Terrell Malacia, today Lenny Oro or what have you, they played a certain amount of time in the game, then they can't train for a couple of days afterwards because we're still managing the recovery. And then on top of that, the training that we're doing with them can't be this super intense training that we want to do because once again, we're managing their recovery. So in the case of today, that's already ruling out quite a few people, isn't it? We're going, well, it can't be Rashford because he's, when he came on Wednesday, didn't offer all that much. Can't be Xerxes because Xerxes, they'll play him as the 9 as opposed to playing a 10. It can't be Mason Mount because he's coming back from injury, got to manage his minutes. Can't be Eriksen because Amorim doesn't fancy him, I think, in terms of the running, which we just spoke about previously. So your options are actually then quite limited. They're quite limited in terms of who you could possibly start with. I suppose there could be a thing you could start with, Rashford, he comes off at half-time, maybe. But I think people do also like that he's maybe sending a bit of a message with when it pertains to Marcus Rashford as well. So I don't have really... and I think as fans, we also have to adapt to this fairly quickly too, don't we? That Ruben Amorim, when it comes to his lineups and his system, he's been very, very, very honest and open with Manchester United fans. He doesn't sugarcoat it and he doesn't hide it. And we should almost, I know it's maybe sins of the past, scars from us as United fans that we sort of doubt what the manager or head coach kind of says and we don't believe them. Remember, there's the whole Eric's a liar, Ten Hag lies. Ruben Amorim doesn't so far in his press conferences. He says it how it is, doesn't he? He just goes, I don't like rotating, but I've got to. I have to rotate because we're playing every 3 days. We've been absolutely decimated with injuries in the past. We don't want that to happen again. And I'm also managing players that are coming back from injury. So that's the situation. So we can't then be surprised that when he does these teams where it's 4 changes, 6 changes, or what have you, be like, I can't believe he's made all these changes. He always does. He's always going to. When's our next game? Thursday. Victoria Pilsen, isn't it? Next Thursday. He'll do the same. He'll do the same. No doubt about it. That game on Thursday will have how many changes would you say? But on Thursday, what, 5, 6 again? There's a big chance that you probably have. Maguire probably plays. Lindelof might play that one. Maybe Mazraoui plays. Malacia probably plays. You probably have Casemiro plays. Who else plays? Mount, Xerxes, Rashford. Like, there could legitimately be like 5, 6, 7 changes against Victoria Pilsen on Thursday. And then once again, we're playing Manchester Derby, in the Manchester City, the Manchester Derby. So there'll be about 4 or 5 changes in that one too. So I don't think we can be shocked. Like, there's going to be, again, a lot of rotation and a lot of changes because they have to. There's no other option, really. How many likes are we currently at the moment? We've got close to 1,200 people watching. We're 30 likes away from 500. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to 500 likes, and be also sure to subscribe as well, bottom right hand corner. As far as a prediction for this game, my prediction, what prediction was I going with? I think I went with 2-0 on the match preview. I went with 2-0 on the match preview. Look, Nottingham Forest a good side. As far as the Forest side, actually, let me check that on the thingy, the what you call it. Who's in the favourite 11. So they've got Sells, Morello, Williams, Anderson, Gibbs White, Chris Wood, Hudson-Odoi, Jota, Yates, Milinkovic, and Aina is the Nottingham Forest starting 11. Been unbelievable this season, haven't they? They've had a fantastic season thus far. Last couple of away games have been tricky, to say the least, for them. Obviously, they played at the Etihad. Lost 3-0. It was a weird one, that game for Forest, because they did have chances. They did have chances in that game. Chris Wood had a massive chance when it was 1-0 City. Missed it. City go up the other end, make it 2-0, and then by that point it was game over for them. But they are a threat. Obviously, the likes of Hudson-Odoi, Gibbs White, big threat, and we'll have to manage that. In terms of people they've got on the bench, they've got Ward-Prowse, so we could have issues with corners again. Hopefully the defending is better than it was against Arsenal from corners. That's if Ward-Prowse, of course, comes on. Anthony Elanga, Flex's son, Anthony, he's on the bench for Nottingham Forest today, so could come on. We know, obviously, him. I saw the clip. I forgot about this until I saw it the other day. When we're playing, I think it's when we're playing Brentford in Ten Hag's second game. Sirens in the chat. First of the stream, first of the day. But I remember when we were playing Brentford at the G-Tech, and I don't know what the score is at the time. It might be like 2-0 or something. But is it the Brentford one? Someone let me know in the chat. He's basically warming up on the touchline, and City nearly scored. He's warming up on the touchline, and the ball goes out, and he just gives it back to the player. he gives it back to the player like immediately, and they nearly go and score. And you can see everyone like looking around, going, "What the fuck do that for?" What? That wasn't the player to give the ball back to. And I kind of forgot about that. So he could come on. His return to Old Trafford today. Only 7 likes away from 500 likes, by the way. And as I said, they've been playing very well this season. Their recent away games, not so great. Prior to that, though, their away record was actually really, really good. But they have lost against City. They lost 3-0 there. They lost 3-0 against Arsenal at the Emirates. Prior to that, though, their away record was actually pretty good this season. I think they were unbeaten away from home until they played Arsenal. And to be fair, Arsenal that day absolutely battered them. And it was a bit of a rotated, wasn't it? It was a bit of a rotated starting 11 for Arsenal that day. So the last 2 away games, they've lost 3-0. Is that going to continue today? Is that going to continue? I also saw this stat, which was just, again, mad. That Ruben Amorim has only lost 2 consecutive games once in his career, which was with Sporting. But considering he's been a manager for how many years is it? Is it like 4 years? He's never lost 2 consecutive games, has Ruben Amorim. And the last Manchester United manager to win their first 3 home games, I think was Ole Gunnar Solskjaer or something back in 2018. So there are some positive records that Manchester United can possibly set today, and Ruben Amorim can possibly set. Doesn't like losing 2 games in a row, and hopefully that's not going to be the case. A couple of super chats here to get to from Red Baron. Says, when do players start reading too much into Amorim's comments and start taking it personally, i.e. Ralph style? Do you know what? It's funny. Oh, there's a red card. Red card at Selhurst Park, and he did score for Manchester City, but now he's been sent off. Rico Lewis, second yellow card. He's off. He's been sent off. Manchester City down to 10 men, and Pep, guy, looks like Abdullah the Butcher. He's he's going to be carving his face with his fingernails because it's all going wrong again. Let's have a look. What was it? What did he get the booking for? So he wins it back and he just dives in. Rico Lewis dives in, second yellow. It's a bit of an awkward one actually because it's is it on? It's on Chalobah, yeah. And actually Chalobah's foot actually goes on top of Rico Lewis's foot, but he dives in, second yellow card, and he's off. He's been sent off. So with about 5 minutes to go plus stoppage time, it's 2-2 at Selhurst Park, and City are down to 10. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? And isn't it interesting? Whilst the 115 charges, that trial is ongoing, suddenly things are starting to crumble. Things are starting to collapse. Decisions going against them, getting red cards, not getting results. Pep Guardiola going crazy, losing his head. Hey. You never know. Is Jack Grealish coming on? And that's the other thing, yeah, when it comes to Manchester City, is that people don't talk, yeah. People don't talk enough about the Jack Grealish situation, yeah. He literally, what is it, 100 million quid, and he's been shit. Like his, I know goals and assists and everything, yeah, but his, I don't think, has he scored, what was it, like he hasn't scored a Premier League goal in like a year or something. It's like, sorry, £100 million. Can you imagine if he played for Manchester United? Could you imagine if he played for Man United? And obviously, look, because Manchester City are successful and they've won Champions League, Premier Leagues, it's not going to get the scrutiny. But when you've got Anthony, who in like the last, 12 months, has done more than Jack Grealish, it's like, what? And that is where people get angry, and rightfully so, when it comes to coverage of certain players and certain teams, because there is just a double standard. There is a double standard when it comes to that, because Jack Grealish has offered nothing in like a year and done absolutely nothing. And but because City have been successful, then it doesn't matter. But it's just, oh my goodness, it's insane. And I know I say this and you go score the winner now or something, but yeah. Oh, just ridiculous. Another super chat here from Red Baron says, is there any point putting Rashford on as a sub? Well, I've said it many a time, and this was even prior to the Arsenal game on Wednesday. I don't like Rashford as a sub. I don't. Well, the thing is, when you say this, people push back and they'll go, yeah, but in Eric's first season against Wolves, he came on and he scored the winner. And you go, the fact that we can mention the one time, the one time that happened, more often than not, if he comes on as a sub, he's pretty ineffectual. And I don't have a good answer as to why. I don't know if it is just, again, the boo-boo face of, I didn't start, I'm not happy. Which, if that is the reality, I really hope it's not, because if that is the reality, you would say, get over it. I mean, my goodness, get over it. You've said everyone's been rotated, and if you're not going to offer enough, then you can't just start just because whatever name's on the back of your shirt. Like, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't jive like that. So I don't know. I mean, what I would say is, I would rather it be like this. Then if he's not contributing and he's not offering, I would rather him be on the bench than what we saw previously under Erik ten Hag, which was that there was a period of time where Rashford wasn't offering anything, but he would just start every single game. And I don't necessarily blame Eric up to a point. It got ridiculous at one point. You've got to drop him now because he's not doing anything. But he was so desperate to get him back to that first season. But I think he should have had those people surrounding him, Ten Hag, to say, look, it was a purple patch. That was a purple patch. And I know that the drop-off shouldn't be this severe and this steep, but I ain't coming back. That's not going to happen. That wasn't... in my opinion anyway, that purple patch was not a true reflection on Rashford's consistent ability. That was someone in form, arguably the form of his career at that point, scoring goals, everything he did. Yeah, everything he did, scored goals. And it's just not going to happen again. And it feels like as time goes on, from an international perspective as well, it just feels like he's getting further and further away from that England squad. I'd be really interested to see, once Thomas Tuchel takes over as the England head coach, if he gives Rashford a go, if he fancies him, if he doesn't fancy him. Because if he doesn't fancy Rashford, then World Cup's coming up. Sirens in the chat, second of the day. If he doesn't fancy him, then I don't know. Then what does his international career looks like? In a World Cup year, by the way, he's already missed out on the Euros, let alone a World Cup. If you miss out on back-to-back major tournaments when you're one of the favourites to win it, that is not good. Not good for his career, is it indeed? We've got close to 1,200 people watching at the moment. We're over 500 likes. Big up, everyone. Appreciate you clicking the like button. Next stop, 750. If you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe. Kickoff is in 40 minutes time. It's a 5:30 kickoff. The 3 o'clock games are coming to a conclusion. They're in sort of 90th minute or 90th plus stoppage time. That's also, I guess, a reminder, actually, when it comes to Manchester City, because we're playing them next weekend, aren't we, in the Manchester derby. It does mean Rico Lewis suspended for next weekend's Manchester derby. City certainly do have that. And this is, I mean, we'll see. I'm sure United View clips won't do me dirty at all when it comes to the Manchester derby. But I so hope, we go to the Etihad. 4-2, Brentford, 4-2 up against Newcastle. Hey, that Brentford are... they're such a conundrum, aren't they? Because away from home, Brentford are dreadful. They just won't win away from home. At home, they're really good, really good at home. And beating Newcastle 4-2. Brentford, they score goals in the at home, just not away. They're awful away from home. MA says that red will be rescinded. It will not, because it was a second yellow card. There's nothing that they can do. You can get a straight red rescinded, but if it's a second yellow, nothing you can do about it. Rico Lewis is suspended. So, yes, you have more troubles. And this was my point going into next weekend. And I know it's very presumptive of me. We've got a game against Nottingham Forest here. But at the same time, I'm saying, see, they're on the ropes at the moment. Why you got to have at least some kind of optimism and hope about going to the Etihad, getting something. And if we can get a win today, we're coming off the back of a victory. They'd be coming off the back of a draw. Hey, that's positive. It's got to be positive. For those just joining and wondering, is this the conceit? I thought that was. It's in the box. It's in the box. That's about. I thought Palace were going to score. I thought late drama. Is that going to be a corner? Yes, it's going to be a late corner for Crystal Palace. If you are just joining and you're wondering if indeed this is the starting 11, the official starting 11 for Manchester United, indeed it is. Andre Onana in goal, a back three of Yoro, De Ligt, Martinez. Yoro starts for the first time for Manchester United, making his Old Trafford debut too. Wing backs, Amad Diallo and Diogo Dalot. Ball in. It's going to be cleared by Grealish. Oh, is that a foul? I don't think he got any ball. Absolutely just hacked down Jack Grealish. Kobe Manu and Mamadou Ugarte in the middle of midfield. We've got Alejandro Garnacho and Bruno Fernandes in the 10, and Rasmus Højlund up front. That was a heck of a tackle by Eddie Nketiah. Very much a yellow card. And a bench that consists of Bayern, Dia, Maguire, Malacia, Mazraoui, Casemiro, Eriksen, Mount, Rashford, as well as Joshua Zirkzee. That is the Manchester United starting 11. And once again, as we spoke about, obviously thoughts and prayers are with Mikel Antonio after suffering a road traffic accident earlier today. West Ham did release a statement, quite a short one, confirming indeed that he was involved in this road traffic accident earlier on today. Don't have any more details or anything like that right now, but the fact that a statement's come out, obviously the thoughts, prayers are with Mikel Antonio and his family, loved ones at this time. Hopefully, everything's okay when it comes to that one. Very, 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 very concerning. There's 30 seconds left at Selhurst Park, and Crystal Palace got another corner. Surely not. I mean, late drama. That would be late drama. I mean, look, even a point. It happens, going to Selhurst Park and drawing. It's been known to happen. It happened to us earlier on this season, didn't it? So, you never know. I see this corner, if it's going to play out. I think it's going to be full time, isn't it? Ball in, headed away. That'll be full time. For a volley. Yep, and that's full time. That is full time at Selhurst Park. Pep shakes the hand of Oliver Glasner. And look, one of their coaches trying to get shitty with a fourth official. What? Because they were saying about a counter-attack. Get over it. City drop points again. Well, what's Pep going to be doing now? And I'm telling you, UV clips, if you're watching, that clip from the Trinity on Friday, that clip from the Trinity on Friday, and I was saying, we can go to the Etihad and we can win. And I was getting the proper, sort of, when you say something and your mates go, like my face when KG said give Harry Maguire a new contract, and I was like, sorry. I mean, I'm full on Don Robbie.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I said, give Maguire a new contract. We talking about? What are we talking about? He's going, give him a new contract. But I said, well, I think we can go to the Etihad. I think we can get a result there. And both of them were like,
no, wait a minute. Wait.
Let's see. Got to get through today first, obviously. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Got a win at Old Trafford against Nottingham Forest in difficult conditions too, challenging conditions, the weather conditions. Aston Villa won again, bouncing back 2 consecutive wins. Prior to that, hadn't won. What was it, in 7 games? I think it was. But they've won today against Southampton. But yeah, we shall see when it comes to next week. But can't get too ahead of ourselves. Manchester United still have to get the job done today, because when you look at where Manchester United are in the league, for all of that, so we were quite optimistic, weren't we, when it came to last weekend after we won. Where were we? We were 9th. I think we were 9th in the Prem. We were like, right, top half, positive goal difference, things are on the up. Then of course we lost. And back down to 13th. Yes, back into the bottom half. And when it comes to actually where we are in the league, do you remember, this isn't even long ago, by the way, was it? Like a few weeks ago, or right towards Erik ten Hag's tenure, and going, look, we need to make a change. We have to go in a different direction. Look at the league table. It's starting to settle, and we're bottom half. And we're getting this, no, come on, it's still very early in the season. It's not starting to settle. We're more consistently in the bottom half than we are in the top half at the moment. And with the games coming up, that's why a change was needed to be made. And that's why today has to, I think, be a win for Manchester United. Because of the games we've got coming up, if we do win today, we go on to 22 points. Could go back up to 9th position. Could actually leapfrog Nottingham Forest in 9th position. There are obviously games tomorrow, so you have to pay that into account. By the time the weekend is done, could be back in the bottom half, to be honest with you. Look at those teams, by the way, in 11th, 12th and 13th. I mean, like Premier League heritage. Manchester United in 13th. Newcastle, after their loss today, they're in 12th. Tottenham, they're in 11th. My goodness me. And for all of and this is also why can't lose today. For all of the talk about Julian Lopetegui and the El Sakiko that's coming on Monday, on the Monday Night Football, it's West Ham versus Wolves. And it's basically whoever loses is going to lose their job there. I think they've said that if Lopetegui loses, Siren in the chat, third of the stream. If Lopetegui loses, he's going to get sacked. If Gary O'Neill loses, he's probably going to get sacked. But if if we didn't win today and West Ham won, they'd be a point behind us. They'd be a point behind us. So got to win today, have to win today. And again, it's not going to be easy. I know Forest have had a good start to the season. I think they are starting to kind of settle into maybe where the rest of the season they could be, which is maybe more mid-table, maybe bottom half. But depending if we can get a result today, we could be up to 8th, actually, looking at it. Our goal difference is positive. If we were to win, even if we won 1-0, we'd be up to 8th. Yeah, because we'd be on, was it 3 goal difference? Fulham's goal difference is +2. So there could be a big swing. But obviously lots of games, as mentioned, to come tomorrow. But got to win. Important to win. Hopefully we will win. I'm believing SLD there says it in the chat, says, Owen, you've got to do this.
Believe.
That's what I will do. That's what I will do. I will
Believe.
So hopefully that is the case. Yorkshire says, the difference this year, Owen, is the point difference is very small. We only need to go on a winning run and we'll probably get in the top 6 quickly. Don't forget we played Arsenal away. Well, the problem is, Yorkshire, this is what I will say. That last bit where you said, don't forget we played Arsenal away. Well, our next our next games rather, my word, this is why it's so critical we got to win today. We still do have to go away, just in the next, 3 or 4 weeks. City away, Liverpool away. What other games have we got? We've got some tough fixtures coming up. We've got obviously City away next weekend. Bournemouth at home. They're technically above us in the league at the moment, aren't they? Wolves away, Boxing Day. Fighting for their lives. They might have a new manager by them as well. Newcastle at home. They're right next to us at the moment. Liverpool away. Then we got Arsenal away in the FA Cup. Some very, very, very tough games. So today, in these kind of games, the teams that are around us, like Nottingham Forest, they're in 9th. The teams that are around us, those games like Bournemouth, Wolves, Newcastle, got to win those games. Got to win those games. And then when you go into those games against the bigger teams away from home, not that it takes the pressure off, but it's kind of like, right, well, we've done what's expected of us, right? We've done what's expected of us, but there are some really tough, challenging games on the horizon. It's beginning today with Nottingham Forest, City, Bournemouth, Newcastle, Liverpool. It's going to be difficult. Very, very going to be difficult. But I'm telling you, I mentioned it on the Trinity yesterday. If we can get a positive result today, going to the Etihad next week, I don't know. Like they're there. They are there for the picking. And I'd probably, in fairness, I probably shouldn't be getting too ahead of myself, should I? I probably shouldn't be getting too ahead of myself and looking too much to next weekend, because you can't overlook this game, particularly with how we are and also just the conditions and what have you. But next weekend, I feel it. I feel it's there for us. And hopefully it will be. We've got over 1,400 people watching. We're currently at over 600 likes. Let's see if we can get it to 750. That's less than 150 to go into 750. So let's see if we can get to 750. Possibly even 1K likes. That's possible, I believe. Just that we're believing we're going to get results there. I believe we can get to 1K likes. And be sure to subscribe. Kickoff is in less than half an hour's time now. The kickoff is 5:30. So 28 minutes to go. And as I mentioned, if we do win today, depending on score lines and things like that, we need to we can possibly go up to 8th. And possibly have a situation where there's only 5 points between us and Manchester City next weekend. Could you imagine? Then you get a result. Oof. I mean, I am getting too ahead of myself. I am getting too ahead of myself for that one. Definitely, that is certainly the case. What are people saying here in the chat? K-Flow says, LOL, this is how we start and get PAMs. What, when it comes to the team news, or when it comes to just the general sort of sentiment, looking too far ahead? But if you are just joining us, lots of people are just probably finishing up watching the 3 PMs and wondering, I wonder what Manchester United starting 11 is playing today. As you can see here, that is the Manchester United starting 11. Some surprises. One thing's consistent with Ruben Amorim. He might as well be called Ruben Rotation, or Rotation Ruben is what he could be called, because once again we've got 4 changes today. We've had obviously under Ruben Amorim 2 wins, a draw, a defeat, and today we've got the first start at Old Trafford, first start in general for Manchester United for Lenny Oro. He's alongside Matthijs de Ligt and Licha Martinez. Martinez, of course, suspended after picking up all of those yellow cards, so he missed the game at the Emirates midweek, but he's back. Wing backs, you've got Ahmad back in the starting lineup. He was on the bench against Arsenal midweek. He's back at right wing back. Left wing back is Dalot. Not too much of a surprise. Malacia did start at the Emirates, but a bit too much too soon, one would think, for him to be starting consecutive games. What is Jamie Redknapp wearing, by the way? Look at him. He's got some kind of jumper that looks like he's wearing, like, I don't know, some sort of smoking jacket or robe. My word, what is he wearing? Midfield of Kobe Mainoo and Manuel Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes, the Manchester United captain, is in the 10. Alejandro Garnacho, somewhat surprisingly, starts once again in the 10 position for Manchester United. Rasmus Højlund starts once again up front. Oh, there is the Manchester United head coach, Ruben Amorim. We can see what he says. He was asked about conditions today. He said we'll have to see the pitch. It is a big stadium. He says we're protected from the wind, but it could influence the game. Set pieces. I'm going to say set pieces again Wednesday, but also long balls, etc. But here to compete and win the game. He's also been asked about the progress thus far. As I mentioned, 2 wins, a defeat, a draw. He's being asked about the attacking part, if that's the hardest part. Ruben Amorim says, yes, he thinks it is. We have talented players to do that, but we have to work on that. The early focus was about the build-up, not losing the ball. Then they have to they play the game with the speed, the pace, which we're improving on. But he also said we need time to work on the final third and the attacking side of things. He was also asked about, in his press conference, getting closer to figuring out what his strongest team is. He's asked if this is his strongest team. He said it's more than the starting 11. What he's starting to understand is the best position for each player. So it depends also on, he has to focus on the opponent, what they're offering, their attributes. He says about talking about players in certain positions, false nines. So it might be better for a false nine with Xerxes. Other games it might be Rasmus. Lastly, he said Lenny Yoro starts Old Trafford for the first time. Starts Manchester United for the first time. He's asked what he likes about him. He says he's fast. He plays very well with the ball. He's very good 1-against-1. In the final part of the game, he says we have a lot of transitions, and he managed that very well. But they have to make him step by step into the team. And today is the right game to do that. And he was also told to enjoy the weather. Absolutely not nice. Troy Superstar's back. He says, Hola, UV team. Supporting Amorim to the end, but he must play bravely. He messed up at Arsenal. Don't mind losing as long as we're brave, not whimpering like at the Gunners. I don't know if he wasn't brave. I think when it came to Ruben Amorim, I don't think it was a case of bravery. I think I think he has to deal with what he's got. You know, with this group of players, if he went to the Emirates and went gung ho, let's just try and attack them, we would get battered. First half, what he did, I think, was the right game plan. What unfortunately hurt Manchester United is the players that came off the bench were pretty ineffective, and maybe that's about, again, knowing these players a bit better, knowing what they can contribute, what's their best positions. But I don't know if I'd heavily criticize him coming out of that one. As we mentioned, we know where we are, and we know what these players are. So I don't know if Arsenal they're a better. To be fair, again, I think a credit to Ruben Amorim is that Arsenal beat us because of set pieces. They didn't beat us because of open play. They didn't beat us because they created all of these chances or anything like that. I don't think that's the case at all. They beat us because, like they're scoring against everyone at the moment, their set pieces are a cheat code. Apart from that, wasn't a huge amount in it. Apart from that, actually, it wasn't even a great game of football, which is sometimes what you've got to do against teams that are better than you. You've got to stifle the game. So I don't really criticize him, honestly, all that much from the game at the Emirates on Wednesday, to be honest with you. Now, hopefully moving forward, again, he learns more about his players, learns more about his the team, players that he can rely on. I think it says a lot. He doesn't start with Marcus Rashford today. That might say quite a bit. I don't think I'd criticize him too much. How many likes are we currently at? We're less than 100 to go until 750. So if you haven't already, click the like button. The last 7 results versus Nottingham Forest at Old Trafford, all victories. Yeah, all victories. This is in all competitions. That's 5 in the Prem, 2 in the Carabao Cup. But hopefully Amorim would have definitely learnt a lot coming out of that game against Arsenal. Yeah, going into the game, there was a lot of apprehension, a lot of worry, wasn't there? Going, Arsenal, they're gonna batter us. They're way better than us. Did you remember all the talk? Oh, you saw them against West Ham. They were cutting them open. We're gonna struggle. We're gonna batter. This is what it's going to be. We got to half time. We were like, actually, you know what? It was all right. We weren't that bad, were we? We kept them at bay. Dallo maybe should have scored. That's not too bad. And then they did what they do, which is score set pieces. We dropped off. Our subs didn't really impact the game. And the better team won. There's no really argument about that. I mean, we can be salty about it and do the whole, we lost to Stoke. I'm surprised more don't make more out of set pieces, to be honest with you, in football. So, yeah, I'm not too... I'm not too negative coming out of that game on Wednesday. Red Baron Super Chat says, "What color combo is your favorite, Owen?" Mine is red and black. That's my favorite color combination as well. My two favorite colors. I like red and black. If I'm wearing clothes, usually it'll be black. That's usually what it will be. If I had to pick like an actual color that isn't black, it'd probably be red, and that probably comes to Manchester United, which is probably quite boring, isn't it? But that's probably what it will be. Just a reminder, by the way, guys, you can see it on the screen right there. This match view is brought to you by Fail Forward. You can scan the QR code. You can also use the link in the video description. It's also pinned in the chat. You can go to the Fail Forward website and you can get all of your different things you want, whether it's hoodies just like this, whether it's hats or t-shirts. You've seen Flex and KG wearing them. There was a review at the Fail Forward website the other day, said came here from United View. Flex and KG were right. Good quality, comfortable fit, good price, good purchase, and you can do the same thing that they can, and you can save some money as well. You can use the code United View FF. That's United View FF for Fail Forward, and you can save 20% off your next purchase just in time. Just in time for the holiday season, just in time for Christmas. You can get your presents in, save yourself some money, look nice doing it in the process. So be sure to do that. Big up to Fail Forward. Also, this is quite presumptive. But if, and it's a big if, couldn't do it on Wednesday. Hopefully, we'll be able to do it today. But if Manchester United win today, you can also win. Not just of the fan of winning 3 points, but you can also win, courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. You can win a Manchester United shirt. Yes, all you have to do, if Manchester United win, is in the chat, use the hashtag MOTM, and then put whoever is the man of the match, which we'll talk about, of course, after the game. And then we'll have the draw, and we'll see who can win a shirt, a Manchester United shirt, courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. But that's if Manchester United wins. Couldn't do it on Wednesday against Arsenal, we lost. Couldn't do it against Ipswich, we drew. But we have given 2 shirts away with the victories in the Premier League against Everton and Bodo Glimt. So, of course, if Manchester United win, then you could be a winner too. But that'll come up later on. But before then, what you can also do is get your Optimum Day and Night, courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. Links also in the video description. You can use the code UV, subscribe and save up to 70% off. And you can get optimized just like KG, that comedian, just like Fleck, just like Don Robbie as well. My goodness me. So yes, all the information when it comes to that is in the video description below. Super chat, another one from Troy Superstar, says our thesis, the theses are back, or the thesi are back. So our thesis is a rock and roll season. Liverpool and Gunners will crumble, tracking City. If we win today, 5 points from City, 72 points, 2 to play. Thesis holding. This, what I will say, Troy, we did this on Wednesday, didn't we? We did this on Wednesday where, when we say break the cycle, I think it might include you, Troy, as well, because I remember the Ten Hag thesis. I remember it. I remember the Ten Hag thesis. I remember when we're gonna win the league. I remember that one. We'd be like in Unai Emery's first game against Aston Villa. We'd lose it, and Troy's coming and going, it doesn't matter, Ten Hag's going to win the league. And then that just turned into one day, Ten Hag should be sacked. Ten Hag should be sacked. So I don't know if we should maybe be putting the expectation on Ruben Amorim's Reds are going to win the Premier League this season. It might be a smidge out of reach for rotation Ruben at this point. Maybe we'll wait for next year at the earliest, shall we say. But I don't think it's going to happen this year. I think the thesis should be right now, let's play some good football, let's get some good results, and we'll focus on all the other stuff maybe a little bit later on. Troy's like, he likes falling in love. That's what it is. Fall in love all over again. Once the manager's gone, so I'm ready to be hurt again. Ruben, I've got a thesis. I've got a thesis to show you, and it's I'd say be careful, Troy. Be careful. That's what we got to do. And also, if you do change your mind, don't pretend this wasn't a thing. Also, because that was everything with Ten Hag, wasn't it? About the I've never backed Ten Hag. You did. that was a thing. Once again, this is the Manchester United starting 11. If you are just joining us, how many likes? We're rapidly closing in actually on 750 likes. We're close to 700. So if you haven't already, we're actually 10 away from 700. So if you haven't already, click the like button, and let's see if we can get to 700 and then get to 750. And also be sure to subscribe. I'm just looking at the results this season on the screen from Sky for Nottingham Forest. Last couple of games have been tough for them. I've been playing at the best time, haven't we? They've only won 1 in their last 4. 3 defeats, 1 victory. The victory was a home game against Ipswich. Apart from that, lost against Newcastle, lost against Arsenal, lost against Manchester City. So now would be the time to play them. Look, Forest, they have had, it's probably the best away result of the season, isn't it, really? Which was that victory at Liverpool, because no one else has been able to do it. So huge credit to that. They are dangerous. Again, they have cooled off over the last couple of weeks, so it is the right time for Manchester United to play them, no doubt about that. Do you know what I hope, and I hadn't actually considered this, and it actually would be something, and maybe this is a bit sort of Sunday League-ish. Maybe this is a bit Sunday League, and it doesn't really work like this in the Premier League, yeah? But when conditions are like they are today, if it was Sunday League stuff, you'd always say, wouldn't you, go, hey, test the goalkeeper out early. Or put a couple of crosses in the box. See how the keeper's feeling about it today. Just because of the conditions, the wind, the rain. You know, sometimes you've got to think that. And look, if we do lose today,
we mustn't forget that it's been raining. So
that's something we do have to think about and consider. That's always something worth pointing out. If indeed it doesn't go our way today, you know?
We mustn't forget that it's been raining. So
it's something that has been ongoing with the weather situation today. So yeah, that's maybe something to think about. It's iconic, isn't it? What's also iconic about it isn't just what Ty says. It's the Robbie bit afterwards, the sheer shock and sort of, I don't know what the resignation, just being stunned. You know, it's just.
We mustn't forget that it's been raining. So the pitch is quite.
It's been raining.
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
There's so much about that clip that is just iconic. We mustn't forget it's been raining. Then it's Robbie. It's been raining, and then when he says that, you hear Ty go, "Yeah, yeah, it has been." It's the yeah that makes me laugh. We mustn't forget it's been raining. Yeah.
We mustn't forget that it's been raining. So the pitch is quite.
It's been raining. Yeah. Are you being serious? It's raining. It's
iconic. Can't beat it. We're 45 likes away from 750. We're 12 minutes away from kickoff. We can get 750 likes before kickoff. And also be sure to subscribe whilst you're at it. What we'll do also is once we get to half time in the game, we'll try calling Flex and KG, either or, see what they say. So hopefully we're calling them about something positive. Hopefully we're calling them about something, good. And hopefully we're talking about, Manchester United, a good first half performance, goals, all that stuff. Hopefully that is the case. We're not talking about... hopefully we're not doing it. I swear to God, if KG says that to Flex after the game...
We mustn't forget that it's been raining. So.
Like, if oh my God, that would... that would be on another level. And with some of the stuff KG's been saying recently, yeah, like he's been crazy. That stuff last night with Harry Maguire, I was stunned. I thought he was... I thought it was a joke. Genuinely, I thought it was a joke. When we were talking about, if you haven't seen it, the Trinity last night, episode 42, and we were talking about the sort of the ideal version of what Ruben Amorim will want, and basically that there's still a lot of players that need to go in some uncomfortable conversations as well about players that we still do like. Are they good enough to win a Premier League, top level stuff? So we're going through the team, and I thought this was quite, I thought this was quite obvious. So we're going, all right, centre backs. We like the 3 that are starting today, but the rest then you're going, Lindelof, he's going to go. Johnny Evans, going to go. Harry Maguire, going to go. And when Flex said Harry Maguire's going to go, he pulled this face that I don't think Flex noticed, but I noticed at the time, where he sort of went, I felt like, again, Don Robbie settings. I went,
No, wait a minute.
no,
Wait.
I said, what are you pulling his face for? And he was like, I'd give Maguire a new contract. And like Robbie, when it's been raining, I was like, you serious? He's going, yeah, I give him a new contract. And he was like, and his thing was, why? Because he knows his role. And I said, well, okay, but a lot would have to happen there with that. He's on £190,000 a week. Is he going to accept a massive pay cut to come to that? Even if he'd have to have it cut in half. And that's not going to happen at this stage in his career. I mean, what's he, 31, 32? Wherever he goes, he still want to be getting over 100k, something like that, or 150. It's madness. Madness. It's like, yeah, but maybe a 2-year deal. I'm not going to accept a 2-year deal at Manchester United. Imagine that. Harry Maguire did stay at Manchester United 2 years on 90k. That's not going to happen, is it? I couldn't believe it. I mean, and I've defended Maguire in the sense that I think that some of the hate and the criticism, it's ridiculous. It has been ridiculous to the point where sometimes he's on the pitch, and a bit like with the Arsenal game on Wednesday, he's on the pitch and we can see that's Maguire's fault. I can't believe he's playing. You go, well, he hasn't done anything. But no, we move on. No, the Maguire situation right now is, whilst you've got him, you're utilising the best you can. He does have stuff to offer. Absolutely. I don't doubt that he can play at a back 3. Oh, he did all right against Arsenal, actually. So, yeah, but he's not the future. It's not the future of of Manchester United. And you move on. Just move on. It's done. It's over. It's come to a natural conclusion. That's it. I was stunned. Barry White says, you were literally part of the abuse he got. I would love for you to find that, because you won't be able to with that kind of stuff. Because when it comes to abusing Maguire, this is the ridiculous part. I remember when he was getting booed in Dublin on pre-season for just being a Man United player. I pushed back at that at the time and said that was out of order, because it is. It's stupid. Boo you because you're under contract that Manchester United gave you. What's the point? Ridiculous. So, yeah, I'm part of the abuse or anything to him. And I've always said that's ridiculous. But I love that kind of stuff, by the way. It's hilarious, isn't it? You were part of it. Have you got any proof of that? No. Oh, good, isn't it? Yeah, but it's not the... His tenure at Manchester United will come to an end naturally, whether that's in this current upcoming summer window. He's got a year left. They still might trigger the option. They still might trigger the option when it comes to that and try and sell him for money. I don't know. But yeah, it's just, I couldn't believe it. I was stunned. Look at Newcastle having to applaud the travelling fans. 4-2. Oh dear for them. Super Chat says, from Gift Me says, let's go Man United, hoping for a 2-0 today. That was my prediction as well. I've gone for a 2-0 today. Show says, I saw Owen abuse Maguire, confirmed. Exactly. That's the proof. Show saw it. Show saw it happen. Which means it definitely did. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? But that's what is funny. There are, like I said, certain players that all they have to do is you have to bring up their name, and it just turns into a madness, isn't it? Barry might have backtracked a smidge here. literally, yes, there's a spectrum of abuse. I'm not accusing you of personally insulting him. I think you were, Barry. When you said me, you literally were part of abusing him. And then, no, I wasn't. Well, not you, but I mean you. That's kind of the different you, as opposed to not you, the different you. It's kind of got a bit of a pushback on that one. S says, have we spoken about Ratcliffe's comments on the team, Owen? We spoke about Ratcliffe's comments on pushing back over the ticket prices earlier on the stream, so you can rewind back and see that. Yes, so be sure to check that out too. Also, just seeing a video package here to Kath, who, of course, as mentioned, sadly passed away earlier this week. Mrs. Manchester United, isn't it? Mrs. Manchester United, and you see the outpouring of support from just icons: David Beckham, Rio Ferdinand. People currently at the club, past, present, Eric Cantona, Peter Schmeichel. Huge loss. Phil Jones just talking about her now. It's a massive loss to the Manchester United family. Huge loss. And Phil Jones was talking about, that Manchester United was her family. And it was actually some really touching stories, actually, as well. Talking about Sir Alex visiting her over the last couple of weeks. I think David Beckham, the picture he posted with her was a couple of weeks ago or something. So, yeah, thoughts go to her. And I think some wreaths have been laid out on the pitch as well. Players are out on the pitch, though, at Old Trafford. So we'll switch to this. Make sure we've got that ready to go. Right, come on, Manchester United. Today is the day. Right, we're going to get a victory. Build some momentum. Look at the mascot. It's nearly the same height as Garnacho. Today is the day. We're going to get a victory. Build to the Manchester derby next weekend. That's what we're going to do. Feeling confident, optimistic. We did get over 750 likes, by the way, guys, which is fantastic. And we've just got to believe. That's what we've got to do. Manchester United gathering before kickoff with a banner in memory of Kath. Just unveiling a banner that says, thank you, Kath, United legend. The entire Manchester United squad all holding the banner up. Squad and staff, actually. Ruben Amorim's there too. All standing and posing with the banner. And getting a nice ovation from the Old Trafford crowd too. And that's people not even with the matchday squad, actually. There's Luke Shaw there too. Mr. B says, where is KG? KG is there. He's inside Old Trafford. KG, that comedian, is there. So you'll be getting fan views not only from outside Old Trafford from Flex, but also KG, that comedian. Thanchin says, where's Flex? He's there as well, as he is every week. And we're 8 likes away from 800. So if you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe. Once again, the Manchester United team, just very, very quickly. It's Andre Onana in goal, a back three of Lenny Yoro, his first start for Manchester United after overcoming his foot injury. Delict Martinez, we got wing backs of Ahmad Dallo, also got Kobbie Mainoo and Manuel Ugarte. 10s of Garnacho and Bruno Fernandes, and Rasmus Højlund up front. A bench that consists of Bayern Dier, Maguire, Malacia, Mazraoui, Casemiro, Eriksen, Mount, Rashford, and Joshua Zirkzee. Lissandro's booster seat says, Owen, Barry takes constructive criticism as abuse. Well, the only reason I pushed back on what Barry was saying is because he said, you literally abused Maguire. And I went, no, I didn't. And then he went, no, I didn't say you. I meant you. Which seems a bit odd, doesn't it? Looks like we are going to have a minute's silence also for Kath as well. For her contributions and service to Manchester United. I think it's going to be a Actually, a moment's applause instead of a moment's silence for Kath. Everyone, including the Manchester United staff, the players, crowd. There's wreaths that have also been laid in the centre circle, saying in love and memory of Kath, United legend. There's also a banner that's been placed there. The Manchester United players posed with that earlier on as well. Obviously, thoughts, prayers and condolences to her family, her loved ones at this difficult time too. Of course, spanned again. We want to talk about tenure and contributions. Was there under Sir Matt Busby. Started working for Manchester United just after the European Cup victory of 1968. Been there, seen it, done it all, and a huge loss to the Manchester United family. Absolutely. All right, teams are in their huddles just before kickoff. Manchester United doing their huddle. It's being led by the captain, of course, Bruno Fernandes. Amanor says, Owen, have you heard about Mikel Antonio? Yeah, really, really horrible and troubling news about Mikel Antonio in a road traffic accident. West Ham released a statement earlier on today. Don't have any more information about it other than just thoughts and prayers to him, his family, his loved ones, and hopefully everything will be okay. But we don't know at the moment. Forest are going to be the team to kick off. They're playing in the sky blue kit, their away kit. Manchester United, of course, in the traditional red and white. As we wait for the referee to blow the whistle. Testing conditions at Old Trafford today. We're waiting for the ref to blow the whistle. He's waiting for a thumb up. Oh, cones are on the pitch. That's why. Diogo Dalot had to move some cones off the pitch. What a madness. And we're off. We're off and underway at Old Trafford. Manchester United, as I mentioned, in the red. Nottingham Forest in the sky blue. Hopefully Manchester United can get a bit of a fast start, as they have done in recent weeks. Speaking of which, Bruno Fernandes, he's put Ahmad nearly through again. For a second there, I thought we were going to get that fast start. So I have to make sure the fast start doesn't come from Forest. They try a cross-field ball. Diogo Dalot's got it in that left wing-back position. Is that going to go out for a throw? Maybe this is just held up. If you haven't already, click the like button. Got over 1,000 people watching. We're currently at 836 likes. I tell you what, yeah. Forest managed to travel. Ball out wide. And Dalot intercepts. Going to go up for a corner ball. Corner ball in the first minute. And still, obviously, Dalot has been shaky, to say the least, hasn't he? Been shaky at left wing back. It's not his natural position. Look at that. Goals conceded from corners. Most this season is Wolves of 7. Next to them, Manchester United with 6. Conceded so many, didn't we, against... Head up! Fucking hell, it's corners again. What did we just say? Literally just said the stat came on the screen. Most goals conceded from corners. Now it's equal most. It's equal most in the Premier League. Once again, set pieces. We conceded twice from set pieces against Arsenal. Look at this. It's a ball in the middle. Whose person is it? Let's have a look again. Leach has got him at a sort of... It's a mismatch. Look. Leach tries to keep him down. Nobody jumps with him. He just... No, the most pressure on him is Martinez going a bit like that. That's it. Oh, I mentioned a fast start. I said I hope it's not with Nottingham Forest. And just the worst start. The worst start. 90 seconds in, 1-0 down. And it's a set piece again. And now we have the joint worst record of conceding goals from set pieces this season. That's 3 in a week. There you go. Bruno Fernandes has got the ball. He's been given it in the final third. Right decision. The overlap's on. Garnacho across goal. Højlund! Oh! Has he missed? I thought he must score. I thought that was a tap-in. Ugarte. I mean, it's such a poor set piece as well. Remember I said about the Arsenal game too? Yeah, we call them Stoke and all that kind of stuff, but the defending from the set pieces against Arsenal on Wednesday wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. And it's the same there as well. Leach, the only thing Leach is doing is just sort of holding him. He's not going up with him, and he's our smallest player. That is just too easy. Too easy. And now Manchester United have to respond. A setup from it's just all wrong. Here's Højlund, ball into him, into the box. Tries to turn. I want to see that replay back. I thought Højlund was going to score. I wonder if they'll show it now, perhaps. Here's the replay. Because a poor header. Bruno carries the ball, travels with it. Garnacho on the overlap, ball in, it's a good ball. Hey, kind of like he mistimes the run. It just goes over his head a little bit, but he doesn't really jump. I don't know if he just completely missed it. He just completely missed it. That's why I thought he's going to score. I thought he's going to score. That's a massive chance. He just completely misreads the flight of the ball. Or just goes past it. Oh, man. And that would have been the perfect response, perfect reply. Good play by Ahmed. Bruno. Edge of the box. Kobbie Mainoo. Back heel. Leacher. Dalot. Ugarte. And we go all the way back. Some of the Manchester United fans groan a little. Five minutes gone, 1-0. And should be 1-1. It's a tap-in. Kobbie Mainoo fouled by Yates. Lissandro's booster seat says we're going to start calling them Stoke too. Well, I always mentioned that whole Stoke thing I thought was silly. It was just sour grapes, wasn't it? It was Arsenal really good at corners, and clearly, as we see in the stat before, that corner, we had the second most goals conceded from set pieces, from corners. Now the joint most, we also can't defend corners. There's Lenny Oro. And just the worst start you can possibly think of here for Manchester United. Ugarte, turn. Bruno's looked lively in this early few minutes, so has Ahmad. Leacher travelling forward. Out to Kobbie. Dalot. Tried it with his right foot. Oof. Now Bruno doesn't seem very happy with that. He kind of took it with the foot you didn't expect him to. It was Kobbie. He just gives it to Dalot. He kind of runs onto it from the right foot, but Bruno's saying to him, I would have preferred it a bit pulled back. Long ball by Forest, but Wood flicks it onto nobody, back all the way to Andre Onana. Into the 8th minute, 1-0 Nottingham Forest. Goal from a set piece. Again, goal conceded from a corner. Again. And again, the more you look at that goal we conceded, the setup's just all wrong. The setup's all wrong. Licha Martinez against Milenkovic. Look, how tall is Milenkovic? He's like 6'2", 6'3". Look, Leach is 5'8". Leach doesn't even jump with him. So it's for all intents and purposes, it's free header. He's got a run. He just physically dominates the smaller player there. The setup is just all wrong. Euro is a bit of a short pass. Forrest wanted a free kick, not given. Pass into Højlund. He's going to have to travel. He's going to have to keep travelling. Where's his options? Garnacho wants it in behind. Højlund's going by himself, and it's not a foul. Tried too much. Didn't have a lot of options, but tried too much, and Forrest win it back. Now United have it back. Here's Ugarte. And I wonder, penny for the thoughts of Ruben Amorim at the moment. Here's Cobby. Out to Leacher. But look, there's plenty of time to go in this half, plenty of time to go in the game. United should be back level. You know, Højlund has a great chance, completely misreads the ball when it's coming across goal. Bruno, ball in, good one to the back post. That's cleared. And that's Man United friend. To be fair, like I said, Bruno's looked bright and lively thus far. Ugarte back to Bruno again. Ugarte to Dalot. He's going to try a shot. It's a waste. It's a waste. Alessandro's booster seat says, I think Bruno was telling Rasmus to occupy the 6-yard box. Perhaps. But, I mean, to be fair, like, someone was just saying the setup there is on Amorim from the set pieces. I mean, to be honest, I think I'd be looking more towards the set piece coach, by the way. You stayed from the Ten Hag regime, because that's a stat that came up beforehand. That was, we've conceded now 7 goals from corners this season. So clearly that's been a problem throughout this season anyway. Whether, again, that's a physicality, whether that's zonal marking, that is a massive concern. And when you see stats like that, which of course these teams will before the game, they'll go, right, you can get at Man United in set pieces. That's better play by Dalot. He's travelling with the ball at the left-hand side. Cobby. Ugarte. Bruno puts it out to Ahmad. Cuts in. Bruno Fernandes. Side foot is always going away from goal. It looks like if anything's going to happen for United today, it's probably going to be down that right again. Whether it's from Ahmad or Bruno at the moment. Like I said, he has looked lively. As is Ahmad too. Of course, we had to come back from behind against Forest last season. Didn't we? Went 2-0 down, and what was it, like 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Eventually came back, won it 3-2. That's a good header by De Ligt. Can put pressure on that. Garnacho, Højlund putting some pressure on. Keeper has to deal with it. Puts it out to Dalot, Ugarte. Cobby again. We're less than 100 likes away from 1k likes, by the way, guys. If you haven't already, click the like button. See if we can get it to 1k like. Remember, that was the thing before, wasn't it? Get to 1k likes and Man United will win, apparently. Man United dominating the ball. But once again, it kind of, we get to that. That's good play down the left. Garnacho. That touched the Forest player. It goes off. It's corner ball, is it not? Didn't go off. Good play by Dalot. Wins it back. Cobby. That's got to be a foul. It's a push, yeah. Cobby was going to get into the box. And Silva pushes him. It's a free kick to United. Just outside the box, really high up the pitch. It's a shove, it's a push. Right, we've conceded from a set piece. What are we going to do from a set piece? Are we going to do anything from a set piece? Man United, can we do anything? Are we going to have routines? Is Bruno Fernandes going to beat the first man? Can we do something? Bruno Fernandes stands over. Bruno, what's he going to do? Go shot. Ahmad! Oh. Head it back across. Oh, it's off the bar. That's a corner. I tell you what, it's actually a well-worked set piece. It was a well-worked set piece. It's a good pass by Bruno Fernandes. Højlund's asking for a pen. You can hear him on the microphone saying, how's it not a pen? But it is actually a well-worked set piece in the end. Bruno's good pass to Ahmad. Couldn't really connect. I don't think it's going in anyway. That's not a pen on Højlund. It was actually just dipping under the bar, actually. Leach's header. So it's punched over. That's a corner. Can we do anything from a corner? Doesn't beat the first man. Every time. I swear to God. Every time from corners. We can do free kicks, well work. We cannot beat the first man from a corner to save our life. Oh, it's just every time. Every time. Barely comes off the ground. Now, Bruno loses the ball and gives away a free kick too. And that's the worst thing as well, because then he starts chasing stuff. Oh, just that is so... And particularly, yeah, you cannot argue, because we've seen it. We saw with Arsenal, Declan Rice and Bukayo Saka every single time hit the same spot. Same spot, same spot, same spot, same spot every time. So it's not difficult. You know, it's not like it's impossible to do. If you're a professional football player and you're on set pieces, yeah, then you should have the capability to hit the same spot every time. Or minimum, beat the first man. Good pass by Bruno. Out to Ahmad on the right. Tries to skip past the player. He nearly trips. Not a foul. Ah. JP says, say his name. Say you can't be the first man. Bruno. It's the corner. I think I said it was Bruno. He's shit at corners. He do all right on the free kicks, but he's rubbish at corners. It's nothing new, is it? Every time. Oh. You just know it's coming, don't you? Know it's coming every time. That's got to be a push in the back of De Ligt. Man United free kick. A couple of super chats here. Says, from Lissandro's booster seat, says, oh, and what kind of video games do you like and play? I don't have the time. I don't have the time to play video games. I used to like playing Football Manager, but didn't have the time to really get into a good save. And Red Baron says, Owen likes playing Fire Alarm Simulator. Oh, I like playing GTA, but I don't have to play it because apparently it's just outside with all the sirens I got going on. Here's De Ligt. Then Euro just coming into the 17th minute. And it's 1-0 Nottingham Forest. A goal conceded from a set piece. Well, a corner. Like Wednesday all over again, isn't it? De Ligt once more. De Ligt just kind of standing on the ball. He's just looking to where to pass it. Bruno lays it off to Ugarte. That's better. United running forward. Ugarte. Good pass for on goal! Højlund! Yes! It's 1-1. Rasmus Højlund scores. And I tell you what, De Ligt was standing, he was standing. Gives it to Bruno, gives it to Ugarte. Ugarte with the right pass, gives it to Garnacho. Garnacho forces the save out the goalkeeper. Rasmus Højlund's there, and it's 1-1. That's how you respond. I tell you what's good build-up play by Manchester United too. They're urging Man United to get the ball forward. They're actually getting quite restless. And it's actually a really good goal by Manchester United too. Ugarte travels, he progresses it. Good weight of pass. Keeper makes the save from the Garnacho goal. Højlund's right there to get the scraps. Tap in, 1-1. And I tell you what, that's a good move by Manchester United. And it's good actually to not... And Ruben gives a bit of a fist bump. Come on! And it's a good response actually by United there, because you hear the crowd get a bit restless, don't you? You hear the crowd get a bit restless with De Ligt because he's standing. And he just waits. He waits. And let this play out. And he waits. Finds the pass to Bruno. Bruno have a quick one to Ugarte. And I tell you what, Ugarte does really well. Travels, gets the right way to pass to Garnacho. Garnacho's finish is actually a bit shit. He tries to sort of lift it past the keeper, and it's not a great finish. But Højlund's there. We don't care. 1-1. And settle. 3 goals in 3 appearances for Rasmus Højlund. I tell you what that is as well, though. That's a striker's goal, isn't it? That's a striker's goal. Just be there. Be there in and around it. See where the ball lands. Even if it don't go to you, keeper makes a save, tap it in the back of the net. They all count. Don't have to be screamers. Don't have to be juggling it like you did against Bodo Glimt. If you're there, tap in, goal. And United are level. Cobby, good touch. Hopefully it sparks. I mean, and to be fair, since Forest scored, like, we've had all the ball. Like, they haven't done much of anything for us since then. Had all the ball. Build-up play was actually getting really good by United. It was a good little pass by Bruno. Ugarte, which is, to be fair, with Ugarte, it was one of... That has been something people have been talking about, isn't it? Talking about, can he travel with it? What's he actually like on the ball? And it's a good weight of pass. Garnacho, again, finish wasn't great. But it doesn't matter. 1-1. Red Baron says Owen is also AI, so he's liking a video game. And maybe next time, De Ligt does stand on the ball for a while. Maybe there won't be the groans. It's got to pick your moment. I said United have had 77% of the ball. All of it. All of the ball. And I do think it is going to be something that we as fans are going to have to kind of get used to, isn't it? Good switch over to Ahmad. That, you know, sometimes there are going to be these moments of the game. Bruno, the overlap was on. Does give it to Ahmad, though. Ahmad, he can go at him here. Ahmad into the box. Cuts back. Just overcomplicated it. He knows it as well. But there are going to be those moments of the game where we're passing it from the back. Ugarte does well. So it's Forest throwing, though. Where it's a bit slower, you know. It's a bit slower. It's maybe a bit sideways and he's restless, but you've got to just kind of wait. Take your time. Wait for the right moment. It will open up. We're just kind of used to, aren't we? Just be like, get up the pitch as quickly as possible. Wood wins the flick on there against Lenny, all right. Hudson Odoi. A rare bit of possession here for Nottingham Forest. But 1-1. United, to be fair, United did react very well. Because they conceded that goal. Højlund could have got one immediately. We've had the set piece. And we've also got the goal. It's not as if... haven't been fighting in this game. Absolutely. "22 minutes gone, 1-1. And we are 35 likes away from 1K. Cobby gave away in a difficult area there. Kind of got away with it. Oh, no, that's a bit of a hospital pass to Lenny Oro, but he dealt with that well. Ahmad gives it to Ugarte and out to Martinez. Now Martinez, space to travel in. Looking for that pass. Good ball over the top towards Dallo. Dallo puts it back across goal. Oh, unlucky. That's a good move again, though, by United. Now got to be careful. Counter-attacks on for Forest. What did Amroon say? Run back. I want my players to run back. Get back in. Watch Hudson-Odoi. You got to get back in towards Hudson-Odoi as well on that far side. It's not a foul. There's nothing to it. It's a Man United goal kick. They do well. But I do like, moving forward, there are some patterns of play here. Look, that's a good pass by Licha Martinez. Dallo, it's a good ball actually across goal. And the defender just does enough to put off Rasmus Højlund. But it's not as if we haven't created chances in this game. You know, again, we've had nearly 80% of possession. We've already had 5 shots, 2 on target. Forest, we had 1 shot on target. That was the goal. You looked at the game, and to be fair, you would go, actually, Man United have been the team on top, team dominating. It's not a good pass by De Ligt, straight out for a throw-in. A couple of super chats here. Lissandro's Booster Seat says, it's so refreshing to see actual patterns of play. Oh my God. And Danny DeFito says, say his name and he appears. I believe in Rasmus Højlund. I see what you did there, Danny DeFito. I see what you did. Oh, Ugarte's been everywhere, hasn't he? Speaking of which, good pass. Ah. I'm saying a head injury. That the Jack Grealish cosplayer's down. He's got a bloody lip. Oof, he does get a bit of an elbow, to be fair, from De Ligt. Nothing meant by it, obviously. It's got a bit of a bloody lip. Spitting out some blood. As we enter 25 minutes. Still 1-1. Man United get the ball back, though, and it's out to De Ligt. Here's Martinez. Red Baron says, true, you never watched The Matrix. That's mental. I was surprised when KG brought that up a few weeks ago, whenever it was. Because I remember this was years ago. That was the thing with, I think it was Flex at the time. There's loads of films I haven't seen. Loads. And I'm just one of those people as well that when enough time's gone, then I just won't go out my way to watch it. And also, I'm very, very much like, I don't know about you guys, but I just watch the same stuff over and over again. I'm a big believer. That's a poor pass by Ahmad. And Ugarte fouls him. It's going to be a free kick. I'm a big believer in the sort of comfort television or comfort films. I'll just watch the same film or TV show over and over again. At the end of the day, you know, when you're stressed and you're tired, you just want something a bit familiar, you know, that you don't have to pay too much attention to. Just watch that over and over again. It's a free kick, though, to Nottingham Forest. Got to be careful from the set pieces again. Ball in. Then when the flick on Grealish, hit the bar. What is it with us and set pieces? I mean, he took the piss out of, cosplay Grealish, and he nearly scored. He's hit the bar. Look at this. And to be honest, it's a simple set piece. A really simple set piece. It's just long ball into the box, headed back across goal, and a header hits the bar. Onana's not getting to it. We nearly conceded to Jack Grealish with a bloody lip. We'd have never lived it down. Where is that set piece coach? What was his name? AG. Every single time. So, literally, Forest now, I mean, that counts as a shot, doesn't it? Not on target. But Forest have had 2 shots, or 2 attempts in this game, They've both come from set pieces. They've scored one and they've hit the bar in the other one. That is how to get at Manchester United. From set pieces, we're not good. My word. Here's De Ligt again. Danny DeVito says, sack the set piece coach now. Set piece coach now. Easy for me to say. Here's Ugarte. Travelling with it. That's a good pass again. Out to Dalot this time. On the left. Garnacho. Leacher. Garnacho does get there. Oh, through the legs. Referee gives a free kick. I tell you what, Garnacho does well there because he's not really going anywhere. He does the best he can possibly do because he's not going to get past him. But he just, look, nips it through the legs. He kind of runs into it. He buys the free kicks. Good bit of skill. But he buys it. Now, can we do something from a set piece of our own? Not very good at corners. We had a set piece earlier on that was actually all right. It was Bruno to Ahmad, wasn't it? Don't know if they'll try it again. It's pretty much the same position, actually, isn't it? So, De Ligt saying something to Bruno Fernandes. Saying, this better be better than your bloody corner because it was shit. Maybe that's what he's saying. What they're going to try. Is it just going to be a ball in the box or is it going to be something a little bit different? We wait with bated breath. Ball in. Headed away. Wasn't really towards a red shirt. Yeah, I got it back though. Back to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno. Where you going? Out to Garnacho. Ball in. Not really towards anyone. Cobby does well. Wins it back. Garnacho again. Good turn. That's a pullback. As a pullback, once again, bloody mouth Grealish. And now he's been booked. He's got a bloody nose. Look at him. He's trying to say I should have been, De Ligt should have been booked for Alba. It was an accidental Alba. He didn't Alba you on purpose. You're holding his shirt back. You can't argue with that. You've literally grabbed his shirt, pulled it back. It's the most cynical of cynical yellow cards you're ever going to get. And he's like, yeah, but my mouth's bleeding. If I was a ref, I'd be like, no disrespect, but I don't give a shit that your mouth's bleeding. I don't care. Free kick. 6 likes to go until 1K. Now, what's our delivery from this one going to be? Hit and hope off the training ground. Anything special? We're going to get past the wall. The one-man wall. Ball in. Not really. Head out for a corner. Honestly. A bunch of them might have been offside. A corner. Get ready. Right. Will he beat the first man? Will he beat the first man from this corner? Bruno Fernandes. Oh, no, it doesn't. He can't beat the first man from a corner. It's a foul in the end. God, why is he still taking these fucking corners? He can't get it into the box. Dalot even tries to push someone to get him out of the way. You know it's bad then. You know it's really bad then. Dalot's trying to push people out of the way so we can actually get past the first man. Oh my God. Oh. What? How? Why? I just can't. Someone else take them, please. Anyone else. Be careful. Forrest on the attack. Jota Silva. I got a deflection, I think, and it's gone up for a corner. And he scored again. Because it was Jota Silva again. And he gets a little flick off De Ligt. And it just nicked over the bar. And now we've got to deal with a corner. Here we go, guys. We've conceded the most goals from corners in the league. Ah! Fuck. They should score. They should score. They should score. And I think their fans actually thought they did score. Ball goes into the box. Just bounces through. And look. Comes out to him. Jota lays it off. And to be fair, he fizzes at him. He has a lot to do. But honestly, corners, both ends of the pitch. Defending from set pieces, from our corners, is horrific. I think Nuno thought he'd scored. And so did the Forest fans. And then us taking it at the other end. Oh my God. Get Bruno off corners for us. He can't be the first man. And then for us, have a look at the set piece coach and go, what are we doing? What are we doing from our defending of corners? Because that one, the ball just went through the box. Literally went through the box. That wasn't even, the thing is with that one, that wasn't even like a height thing. That wasn't even like, it was physicality and the height was so bad. It just started bouncing through the box. Just everyone stood there. It's like they're so glued to whatever zone they're meant to be marking zonally that they feel like they're just stuck to it and they don't move. They just sit here and they just stand and wait for it to trickle through. Oh, man. So bear in mind, how many corners have they had? Is it 3 now? Or was that 2? Like 3 set pieces, I think. And they've nearly scored from every single one. I try to play out the back, lose it, so throw in. Ruben Amorim shouting instructions. It's going to be a long throw. Does that count as another set piece? It goes short. Hopefully it doesn't lead to anything. 10 minutes to go to half time. Reverse pass. I'll tell you what, edge of the box. Oh, it's going to be a corner. Fuck. Do you know how mad it is? The fact that we're conceding corners now. And that's the reaction, by the way. That we're conceding corners and we're going, fuck. Because you know what's coming. And Milinkovic, he's on the same position. Look, he's on Leacher. You've got Cobby and Leacher. There's not a lot of height there. Ugarte, he's not very tall. Here we go again. Ball in. Bruno heads it away this time. We defended a corner. Pressure. Hoyland trying to close the goalkeeper down. Goes long. De Ligt wins that header. Just goes straight to a sky blue shirt. There's no real pressure there in midfield from anyone. It's a lot of time for Elliot Anderson. Couple of super chats here. Liam Kerr's been a member for 28 months. Says, big up Owen. Really enjoyed our patterns and intensity so far. BTEC Grealish needs sending home crying in his car. He's a disgrace and a cheat. Big up Liam. Appreciate 28 months of support. And Man United have lost the ball here. Got to be careful. This is on transition. Cuts it back. It's Rasmus Højlund there doing the defending. And Red Baron says, sign a petition to ban set pieces. Pass the ball out to Garnacho. Doesn't really have a lot of support. Cuts it back to Bruno. Garnacho again takes the shot. Oh, it's a waste. It's a waste. And you see, takes the shot. It's a real nothing shot. And you see Højlund shout at him, say, give it. It's not the right choice. I can see Ruben Amorim there saying, calm down, calm down. And that situation there, when you're waiting for runners, you're waiting for support, just hold it up. Hold it. If the pass isn't there, then stay patient, is what he's saying. Still 1-1 though. And you do feel like there are goals in this game. That's a foul on Bruno. There are goals in this game for United. It's just corners we have to worry about. And yeah, get into that final third. Then we get into these decision-making parts, don't we? But Man United have a free kick. Bruno Fernandes stands over it. Towards the back post. Oh, I tell you what, nearly went to Dallo in the end. Keeper just got enough on it. It's a ball in from De Ligt. Oh, it wasn't a bad cross either. Yeah, Bruno just kind of put it towards the back post. And I think Dallo was going to get to that. Ugarte, well done. Gives it to Bruno Fernandes. Right now you got space to operate in. Go. Højlund tried the turn. Oh, he got given a foul. I wasn't sure it was, you know. I waited and waited the referee to give that one. Have a look. Was it a foul? I don't think that's a free kick, you know. It's fucking... There's nothing in that. It's a good position for United, but I think Milinkovic gets the ball. Højlund just goes down. That was a dubious free kick, to say the least. Bruno Fernandes. Going to stand over it. Right, Bruno, what are you going to do? Is this into the wall? Is this going over? Is this on target? Anyone's guess. From Bruno Fernandes. Some people are saying the tackle from behind, he's gone through him. I don't know about that. And he's not. That's not going through him. He put his foot round him. Bruno. Oh, he's in the bar. Oh. What a bad free kick at all. Said you weren't sure what you're going to get. United at the bar. Fucking hell. Bruno's with the worst cross you've ever seen in your life. Ugarte, though, sweeps up, does well, gives it back to Andre Onana. Off the bar from Bruno Fernandes. It's a good free kick as well. It is there for us, though. It is there for us. It's just, again, the set pieces and all that kind of stuff you don't have to deal with. Are we going to leak? Baby Guy says, why the F is Bruno Garbage Fernandes on all set pieces? He ain't the guy, he needs to F and go. He's effing useless. You set the bar, mate. Set the bar. Ball over the top. Oof. Oh, it's a short header. Oh, it just goes back to the goalkeeper. Nearly. Oof. Let's have a look. Deflection off the wall. Yeah, keeper gets a touch to it. It's a good save. Don't know if it was still going in or not. Cobby, Bruno. I don't know if that's a bad pass or a bad touch from Cobby. Either way, Manchester United have lost it. Here come Forest on the counter. Just a few minutes left of the half. Still 1-1. Both teams have hit the bar. Some on that side were saying it might have gone out. The linesman was right there. And that's going to be a Forest throw. Lucas says, only need to do the KG ball in. Ball in. Yeah, I need to... The thing is, it's KG's catchphrase. Don't want to steal his, steal his stuff. It's the gimmick infringement. It's a throw. Just went out for a goal kick. Didn't really go anywhere. But United dominating possession. But both teams have hit the bar. It's a weird one, actually. Man United have had all the ball. But it's not as if Forest haven't had chances. Obviously, they've hit the bar. From their set piece, they had the one where the player just put it just wide. Is Delict once again passes it sideways to Leacher. Bruno on the half turn. Does well. Gives it to Ahmad. Oof. I tell you what, that is a robust tackle. And Forest get the free kick. It was a strong tackle by Williams. Let's see how much added time is going to be given here. There's been a ton of stoppages, really. That was the one for the Grealish guy with the bloody lip. That's about it. It's anyone I can really think of. Is Leach and Martinez. Going to be any last bit of drama for half-time. We did get over 1,000 likes, by the way, guys. If you haven't already, click the like button. Just the 1 minute. Godson says, Jake Grealish, with it spelled a different way, is everywhere. Red and Cubbin. He is on a booking. Is Delict again. He's doing the same thing he did for the goal, which he kind of just stands over it, waiting for something to open up. Garnacho. That free kick given. Bruno tried to take it quick towards Cobby. It was just cut out. Bruno wins the ball back. That goes out for United throw. And that will be half-time. Forest with a very quick start. Goal after 90 seconds from, you guessed it, a set piece. But cancelled out by Rasmus Højlund. Nearly cancelled out immediately, actually, by Rasmus Højlund. But eventually, it was Højlund in the end who scored after a good bit of play by Manchester United. Garnacho forces a save from the goalkeeper, and then Højlund puts it in to make it 1-1. United dominate possession. Of the game. But you would probably say it's about equal in terms of chances, really. You'd say it's about equal in terms of chances because Forest have, in fairness, done well from set pieces. They've looked dangerous from set pieces. They've hit the bar from a set piece. Another set piece they put in, it trickles around. You think it's going to lead to something. Manchester United have hit the bar from a Bruno Fernandes free kick. So it's there, it's anyone's game. I mean, once again, it's a mixed bag, which was how we've kind of described United a lot recently, isn't it? That conceding from set piece thing, from corners in particular, that's becoming more and more of a thing, isn't it? I mean, there was this sort of narrative coming out of the Arsenal game. That's because Arsenal are really good at corners. We've seen them score loads of goals from corners, so that's what's happening there. But it's no coincidence suddenly then, Forest in that game, every time they've had a corner, they look like scoring. Every single time, they look like they're going to score from a set piece. that's really worrying. But I think from United's point of view, we have created chances. I do think that Bruno, but it's funny actually, I saw some people in the chat saying that Bruno's playing badly, and I disagree. I think if you're going to criticise Bruno, you criticise him for the corners, get him off corners. But I do think actually he's looked quite lively. I do think I'd maybe like to see a little bit more from Ahmed. He's been a bit quiet. But United have created chances. United have got into the final third. Again, Højlund maybe could have had one earlier on. We've hit the bar. There's an argument to say he could have had 3 goals. There was the set piece where he gave it short to Ahmed. That got blocked. There was the one also as well where it was the same set piece when it gets headed over the bar by the Forest defender. So I do think there are goals in that for us. I don't think it's massive cause for concern or anything like that. I do think we'll get chances in the second half, and I still think we'll win the game. To be honest with you, I think that's just kind of where we're at the moment. I do think, as I said earlier on, we've got to move the ball quicker, but at other points, I think we've got to be a bit more just conscious of what. With Amorim, he's told him to keep the ball better. And actually, you look at the goal that we score, De Ligt's kind of just standing there for a few seconds, waiting for something to open up, And you actually get the fans going, oh, God, move the ball quicker. And it's about waiting for the picture to open up, and it does. So sometimes it is just going to be a bit like that. It is going to be a bit slower. I think maybe look at Cobby, quiet. He was quiet in his game back against Everton, kind of struggled. He's been quiet today. So you might look towards the bench and go, maybe you do bring on, I don't know, maybe you bring on a Mason Mount and you move Bruno back. But Bruno has been quite effective in that inside 10 position in the game thus far. Again, I think it's there for us. I do think it's there for us. Yeah, we've got over 1,400 people watching. We're close to 1,100 likes. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Ugarte, someone mentions there in the chat. Ugarte, I do think he's been everywhere, winning the ball back. I think the only fouls he's had to make is when there's been sloppy or short passes. I think Ugarte's been very good. Godson says, or is he Joao Grealish? Vlog says Victor Osimhen in the summer. I think we need a striker in the summer, certainly. Danny DeFito says, absolutely sick of the sight of Bruno in this team. As Saeed says, a net negative. So many poor corners, awful decision making, not a captain. I disagree. I disagree with Bruno's game. Get him off corners, absolutely. I didn't get this is how of a polarizing player Bruno Fernandes is. He hit the bar from a free kick, and then people were angry that he didn't score that free kick, which is kind of mad when you think about it. It was a good free kick, deflection off the wall, and the keeper tips it onto the bar. I can't do a lot more than what he did. I think his link-up play in that first half has actually been good, and he's actually created chances and put the ball in good areas. I just get him off corners because he's shit at corners. Let's see. We're getting a call from Jürgen Fleck. Fleck, you're on the channel.
Yes, mate. Yes. Well, I'll just have a little half-time call in.
Yes. What do you make of it?
Well, when you concede after 2 minutes, was it 2 minutes?
90 seconds, yeah.
90 seconds, another set piece. And it's like...
and it is concerning because we don't look good.
It's very concerning.
That's becoming more of a thing.
Every single corner that gets put in, or set piece that gets put in, we just look in huge trouble. When you look at the players that are out there in terms of the natural headers of the ball, it's really only De Ligt that's there. And Yoro, we're still yet to find out how dominant he is in the air. Leach is not that guy in the air at all.
Yeah.
You got to bring Højlund back for a little bit of height. There's no one. You haven't got natural headers of the ball in there. Like, we're really short on that physicality and that height. And it's very, very alarming to concede in the manner that we did against Arsenal with ease with every single corner. Then Forest have literally done it to us after 90 seconds and then proceeded to hit the bar again. We're just at 6s and 7s with every single ball that's put into us aerially, and it's really concerning. So that's obviously the big negative. Actually, I think we've actually. Do you know what? I think we've actually played all right. Like, what I liked was, although we went down 90 seconds in, they put the ball down, and because there is a plan now and there is a system, it's almost like they're sticking to the rules. So the chances will come. Like, you got more chance of getting back in the game if you do the same thing, repeat, like what the manager wants, and that's what made us get back into it, really, because they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And then after we scored, though, again, just the set pieces, again, just it's just annoying. It's just annoying, really, because I don't remember us being that bad at them.
It's funny actually, because before they scored the set piece, they put a graphic on the screen and it said goals conceded from set pieces, from corners in the Premier League this season, and only Wolves have conceded more, and that was one more goal than us. And now we've conceded.
Oh, so we have been quite bad at it then.
Well, but like you said, but now it's like.
Or was it just the 2 from Arsenal?
I don't know.
I can't think.
Well, it's 7 goals conceded from corners now in the Premier League this season.
Wow.
Which is the joint.
So we have
most.
been quite bad at it then. It's really
but,
weird. Yeah.
Like you said, prior to Wednesday, that was only 4, which I guess we might be on a par with others. You know what I mean? But it just feels like
it's the last couple of games that's really last 3 goals we conceded all being set pieces.
Do you know what's really interesting? Yeah, really, really interesting. In the chat at the moment, there are some that are adamantly saying Bruno's being shit, right? And for me, I'm watching that first half going, I don't think he was that bad.
No, the reason why they're saying he's shit, I think, is because it's only because of
he can't take a corner for his life.
He can't be the first man.
He can't be.
He can't take a corner. And then obviously the thing is when Bruno gives the ball away, it's usually in the moment of transition where we think that we're in on goal and we think like, oh, that's it, we would have scored then. It's all his fault. But he's done maybe one of those. But other than that, he's been all right. I think he's linked up quite well.
Yeah, I think okay.
But I think again, Amma's been quite quiet actually in that half. I thought I'd see a bit more from him.
First like 10 minutes, it looked like he was going to be linking up ironically with Bruno quite a bit, and then it kind of just.
Yeah, what I would say is, and what's going on in the stadium is, it's a mixture of both things I agree with, / disagree with. De Ligt's getting a lot of time on the ball. You know what I said, where he's limited, where he can't switch the ball quickly, and he tried one and it went out. And people are saying like, play it quicker. But they're following the rules. They're following what Amorim's asking to do. But then there are moments where we are moving the ball too slow.
But it's funny because the goal
comes from him being patient.
Exactly, the goal was funny because he's standing on it, and you can hear the crowd go on, pass it, and then he waits, gives it to Bruno, flicks it to Ugarte, and then obviously the goal comes from that, and you go,
and that's why they're sticking to what the manager wants. So I don't mind us not reacting to the crowd, but then. As the half wore on, we were starting to just, go at a snail's pace because we're basically trying to bake them on before you make that pass into midfield, which the goal was a perfect example of that. And I really praised it because people around me were going, literally that. When he wants to pass, he's going to pass it. I'm like, no, just wait, just chill. Like, doesn't have to pass it. There's nothing on yet. And then he waited for the right moment. And I was saying to the guy next to me, I was like, see, that's what he wants. And they were like, yeah, true. But then he proceeded to sort of, it's what happens is when the option's not there, he looks like an idiot because he has to keep it and go backwards. So it's a rotation thing of the midfielders ahead of him, of creating those gaps in the half spaces for him to be able to pass the ball into. So I got a bit of sympathy with him there.
And it's also on us, isn't it, as fans, of being like, well, he's only doing what he's being asked to do.
Exactly.
In that situation.
We've got to chill out. Yeah, we've got to chill out, man. So, yeah, annoying to concede after 90 seconds and very, very concerning that every single ball that comes in, we look really, really scared. I mean, I don't know. What do you do? Just bring Maguire on just because of that?
I don't know.
Leach a couple of times.
For the goal as well. I don't know if you've seen it back, but...
Leach got squashed.
He gets bullied, Just gets, what I mean?
Because, like I said, I'm not just trying to make the point because I hate that. I'm saying he's not that guy. Like, he's not... He's good on the ball and he can progress the ball. But in terms of being this, like, imposing, strong defender that, like, we really... I don't know, man. Like, there's a space for him there. I get that. In the spot, like... I don't know. I just look at other centre-halves that are really dominant in the big teams and it's like, they don't have someone like him.
But then the other corner wasn't really like that, was it? The other corner was just one of those ones where the ball just trickles through the box.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it did, yeah. So, look, it's a weakness in his game that he can't grow a foot, can he? He's going to get outdone by a lot of people. But he has to make up for that by, tenacity, know when to step in. When she has won the ball back a couple of times, a few tussles, won a few duels. And I just want him to be, he's the one who we're looking at to progress the ball from that back three as the best passer in it. And he's just a little bit slow on it,
Yeah.
But when we do be patient and we do move the ball, we are getting joy.
Yeah, we are getting chances. Like I said towards the end of the half, I think the game's there for us.
Absolutely.
The game is there for us. It's not as if we've created nothing. We have created chances. Hoyland's had a couple. I do disagree. Like, there's a lot. I've seen it in the chat. Then I've been like, Bruno's been get him out of the team, and I'm like, I just don't see that.
I didn't see that type of performance.
I think Cobby's been really quiet and struggled again. To be honest, he's not.
He had a couple of nice touches. Do you know what? I was going to say I thought he looked alright.
I think he looks rusty. It depends what other options we've got on the bench, but it's a bit like, I don't know.
I think he looks alright. I think he looks comfortable on the ball. He hasn't really been bullied off it. dropped the shoulder a couple times, won a free kick. I think he's been fine, man. That's interesting that you think he's struggling. I think here in person, he looks comfortable. He looks all right. Don't get me wrong, he's not a sparkling
I'm not saying bad. I'm just saying looks. I don't know. I'm looking at the difference again, and maybe this is just because he's just come back from injury. But like Ugarte, I thought in that half done really well, all over the pitch, everywhere.
But he's playing his game of what he's actually good at. We're starting to really see it. He's winning the ball back. He's getting after people. He's playing balls forward as well. You can tell he knows Amorim's system, and that's the guy. You know, and he's been really good. He's been our best player, I'd say.
Yeah. He has been.
Garnacho, I know he did one thing where he had a shit shot and then he got tackled by Anya. But other than that, I think he's kept the ball quite well. Just shielded it. He hasn't tried anything spectacular. Should he have scored the first one? What happened?
It's not a good finish. It's not the best finish. He tries to lift it over the keeper and it just barely sort of comes off the ground.
Okay, maybe that's a cross in his column though.
Hoyland's there's where he should be. You know, taps the ball in the back.
Yeah,
of the
net, exactly. He hasn't been. Don't get me wrong. He hasn't been great. He hasn't been perfect. But you know, he's been all right. He's been all right.
Yeah. But, I think every player, to be fair, on the pitch, maybe apart from Ugarte, can go up 10-15%. You know, of course it can.
Yeah, Yoro just keeping it simple, just passing it out to Ahmad or going backwards half the time because he ain't got anything on. Hasn't been called into question, massively 1v1. And yeah, I just think there just needs to be a little bit more crispness on the ball. Like we just need to move the ball quicker or give the options to the back three in those half spaces so we can progress the ball through them thirds because it's taken too long. I think the lit one is a perfect example of, okay, you can wait, a couple of seconds and then somebody make that movement into there. But then after that, we've left them with short of options far too many times, so we've had to come back a lot of times.
Yeah.
So, but the game is there. The game is there.
We shall see. And we'll also hear from Flex afterwards. Mate. And hopefully KG, if we lose, KG's got to stop going to games, by the way, because,
Yeah, he does. He does. He's worse than Trey. Trey at this stage.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
All right, guys.
Cool,
see you later.
Right, speak to you in a bit. Peace. Yes. Do you know what's actually really interesting is seeing just the difference in sort of opinion on that half in the chat. There are some that are adamantly like, this is shit, this is rubbish. There are others that are like, it's not actually that bad, just kind of be patient. I think it's actually really mixed, really mixed in the chat. It's really really interesting. Really interesting. One of those ones where it starts like you start doubting what you're seeing because you're getting, it's such a wide variation of opinion on that game. I think it's definitely a mixed performance, but it's really interesting. Really interesting. I do think we need to collectively chill out a little bit. I mean, before the game, we're going, I'll tell you what though, Forest, they're having a good season, not too bad. And then at half time, it's 1-1, we're going, we're fucking rubbish. Ishmael says, Owen, how is our stadium holding up this rain? We need to find out what's going on in the stadium. Danny DeFita says, how was it a good free kick? He hit a defender. Owen, you're clutching. I just don't see. And I think you can make fair arguments about Bruno in general, not specifically for this game, but in general. But I think in this game, I wouldn't say like Bruno Fernandes has been awful. The only thing is his corner's been shit. His corner's been get him off corners. Godson says, I'm Bruno's biggest detractor, but he's been good. Itam Panda says, unpopular opinion, Maynard can't play in a two-man midfield, not mobile enough, not enough intensity. I'd rather he play 10 and Bruno back to 8. And Amanor says, we're off second half, by the way, that was quick. Amanor says, I fell asleep after 20 minutes. I swear Grealish is on. I think it caught everyone by surprise that second half, even the people in the studio for Sky. Oh, here's Dallo. I remember Maynard had been starting quickly in second halves recently. Garnacho cuts inside. Ugarte. Dallo. Garnacho. Oh. Ball gets stuck under his feet. I'm sure no one will say anything about that. But yeah, I'm not surprised actually, but I think we have to be a little bit careful because out of one side of our mouths we go, look, we're not good, we're going to struggle, and this, that, and the other. Then it's 1-1 at half time where we have created chances and we go, we're not winning the game. Why aren't we winning the game? We're like, weren't we saying we were shit earlier on? We're 13th in the league. Stephen F. with a super chat says, we are the most impatient fan base. Can we relax? We didn't capitulate after conceding. Amorim will fix the set piece weaknesses. Progress. Last 2 games, we have limited teams to set pieces. Yeah, I agree. I think that I get that we're not winning, but at the same time, it's like bloody hell, like literally bloody hell. There's still 45 minutes to go. Is Andre Onana. I think the game's there for us and chances are there for us. Great chances in the second half. Oh, that's poor by Bruno. Well, actually, Yoro ran past it. Gibbs White. What the fuck has happened there? I don't know what's happened with Andre Onana. The goal, that is an absolute shambles of a goal. A shambles of a goal by Manchester United to concede. What the actual fuck? Then we'll have to see this back because Andre Onana, I mean, Bruno gives the ball away. It's a pass. Yoro runs past it, but there's way more that happens after this. You've got to have a look at this because you're looking at Andre Onana going, what on earth has happened? Bruno tried to give it back to Yoro. Yoro ran past it, but there's still a lot happens here. He has a shot. Oh, no, Andre Onana, I don't know what you've done. I don't look. There's nothing on it. There's no deflection. He just gets out of the way of the fucking ball. There is no dressing that one up. Maybe a slight deflection. A slight deflection, maybe. But I mean, Andre Onana, you've been brilliant this season. You've been superb this season. But that is a shambles. An absolute shambles. It's not good. And obviously, yes, you can talk about Bruno giving the ball away and what have you, but there's a lot happens after that, yeah? A lot happens after that one. Oh my God. What a mess of a goal to concede. And we're down in a couple of minutes again. That's not good. And by the way, I know there might be some that will try and justify, well, you know, a little bit of deflection, or wow, bit of a swerve, wow, goalkeeper dive, you know, that is awful. That is awful. And don't get me wrong, Bruno gives it away, fine. But if you're only focusing, yeah, absolutely, Bruno gives the ball away, got no problem with that. But if you're only focused on that goal, by the way, is Bruno gave it away, the goalkeeper dived out the way of the fucking ball. Like, that is mad. That is mad. Can't just focus on Bruno Fernandes for that one, yeah? Like, I'm totally with it, give the ball away. But if you just go like, Bruno, that's just on Bruno, then that is a madness. The goalkeeper moves out the way of the ball. That is crazy. Crazy. It's right at him. Oh. Yeah, exactly. JB says there, it's trash. It's trash from Bruno, but it's Andre Onana. They're massively at fault. Amad tries to put it in the corner. Keeper saves comfortably. I think if your main focus is on Bruno with that, then you do have to go like, well, they just might not like Bruno because, yes, he gives it away, gets part of the blame, of course, but the goalkeeper has to save that. The goalkeeper has to save that. It's both terrible. Is Ola Aina. Ball in. Fucking hell, nearly scores. Should score. Comes to him quickly. Chris Wood should score. And you know me, I'm goalkeepers union, yeah? I'm goalkeepers union, but there is no excuse for not saving that goal. No excuse. It's the middle of the goal. is Ahmad. Man United get a throw. Cobby. Falls to Højlund. Oh, it's going to be a corner. But that's why, and I know he's not playing there today, but remember before I was talking about I don't like Bruno when he plays in the 8 or in deeper positions. For reasons like that, I don't like him playing in deeper positions because he gives the ball away. And you can't give the ball away in those parts of the pitch. But then if it leads to a chance like that, you expect your goalkeeper just to stand there and get the ball. Oh, Garnacho, that's poor. It's heavy pass out for a goal kick. You're just seeing this again. Yep, don't get me wrong. Bruno gives the ball away. But this, I mean, you cannot... If the main focus on that is, well, Bruno, you give the ball away there. That is horrific. Like, you can't justify that. There is no justifiable excuse for Andre Onana not to save that. It's in the middle of the goal. Is Dallo. Ugarte. And Forest win it back. Here's Gibbs White again. Ball in. Headed by De Ligt. It's one of those ones with the goal as well. It's like... Back post, Chris Wood. It's gone in. How has that got in? That is a madness again. Manchester United are completely crumbling and falling apart. What an absolute disgrace of a goal. Chris Wood has headed that, and somehow... that has gone in, and they're zooming in on Onana again, because once again, he's flapping around all over the place. Look how this ends up in the back of the net. And by the way, is this one Bruno's fault? Look. Get ready for this one. Get ready for this one. Ball in, back post, Wood, and just watch it go in. All of them, they just watch it go in. I think it's Leacher. Leacher just lets it go in. They just let it go in. They just watch it. They just watched it. How? How? That one went Bruno. Absolute madness. Absolute madness of a goal. They're all flailing around. They don't know what's going on. Leacher just literally watches it go in. It's a fucking crock of shit. 2 of the worst goals you'll probably concede. You get the first one, ball given away, straight down the middle. You get this one, literally a header. Onana's lost his head. He's given the ball away. Onana, he's completely lost his head. Completely lost his head. They could score again. Andre Onana's a mess. He's a mess. He's completely lost his head. He's got the ball there. He's about to pass it out. He's completely lost it. Look. Just passes the ball straight to Gibbs White. You might have to sub the goalkeeper. I'm not even joking. He has lost it. He has totally lost it. Should be a corner as well. I think they're giving a goal kick. Madness. And just we're talking about, Onana's he's done well this season. We praised it. He's just completely shit the bed in 10 minutes. Like 10 minutes. He has just completely stopped playing. I might tell you what, Man United, they're in free fall now. They're completely shell-shocked. Ugarte, right, wins the ball back. Is that going to be a foul? It is. He settled down. It's just completely lost their heads. Now Bruno wins a foul there. He gets lucky though. There's Martinez. Troy Superstar says, Onana never United player. Out, Emi Martinez. Here's Dallo. Ball in. Out to Ugarte. And the worst thing is, in the first half, we were all right. I just completely lost our heads. Two of the worst goals you'll see in terms of conceding. I mean, just two of the worst. Hudson-Odoi travelling with the ball. And they have to do something to try and change the game. Edge of the box. And the problem is now, we're back into that territory. You remember what it used to be like with Onana, when it was like, if you have a shot, it will go in. That's how I'm feeling like now of Onana in this game. Like, Garnacho's off, Rashford's on. But Man United's completely fallen apart. Rashford's on. K-Flow's been a member for 30 months, says, these players individually may be better, but as a team, they're not better than anyone. Man for man, Forest are better because they graft overpaid bums. I can't, literally, those two goals. Madness. Absolute madness. They are two of the shittest goals you will see. It's Ahmad again. Ahmad travelling with it. Ahmad, across goal, cuts it back, but there's nobody there. And now's the question, what does Ruben Amorim do? Throw people on? Go for it? You know, push people up the pitch? Because now, it's just looking like Forest are just going to bop it around. And also, you feel like every time they go forward, they feel like they're going to score. I mean, I can't even touch the ball at the moment. Reverse pass, Wood. He's through. He's through. He's through. Oh, he should score. Is he offside? He is offside. How tight was it? Let's have a look. Yeah, he's off. Now, 60 minutes gone, and United have got to do a heck of a turnaround. Man United is just a mess. Ruben Amorim's talking to someone on the bench. I think, is he going to bring someone on? He's talking to one of his members of coaching staff. He did say we're going to suffer and the storm's coming. I guess he was right with the weather and with the team. Here's Ahmad. Travelling with the ball. Amad Diallo shifts back. Bruno Fernandes. 2. Come on, there you go. Bruno Fernandes. Net negative. Net negative, isn't he? 3-2. And it's work by Ahmad. It's work by Ahmad. He actually starts the move, Bruno Fernandes. Ugarte, look at that. Bruno puts it out to Amad Diallo. Ahmad travels. He has a lot to do still. And he manages just to keep it alive, cuts it back. But I tell you what, it's a great finish by Bruno Fernandes. That's an unbelievable goal. Unbelievable goal by Bruno Fernandes. Look at that. Whips it in the corner. There you go. 3-2. Now what? That's exactly what we needed. Sets it up and scores. So now, right, he's made up for his part of that goal we conceded. Andre Onana, you got a lot of making up to do as well. Don F says, hope Amorim doesn't repeat mistakes. Zamiasi says, you're back to 0 goal difference. And Lissandro's booster seat says, Ruben is starting to see how large the task is. All right, travel. Leacher has got the ball. To be honest, you'd say the same thing. Give it to Ahmad. Give it to Ahmad on the right. And have runners. Leacher. Hoyland. Cobby gets away with it in the end, but now he's got it back. Here's Bruno again. Bruno Fernandes. Out wide to Dallo. Ball in. Deflection. Ahmad. Oh, it just didn't come to him the right way, but it's another chance. And again, comes to Bruno, puts it out to Dallo. And just Ahmad doesn't connect with it. Looks like Mazraoui's about to come on. And once again, you'd say just get it to Ahmad. For all of the negativity surrounding Bruno, he's making stuff happen on the ball. Just make sure he doesn't get it towards our goal, the other way. Once again, Ahmad gives it to Rashford this time. Rashford down the right-hand side. Give it back to Ahmad. He didn't need to. He tried to go back the other way, Rashford. He didn't need to. Perfect time to get the second goal, though. There's still plenty of time left. Looks like Maguire's coming on. Probably for Lenny Oro. He's only got a certain amount of time, isn't it? Nusay Mazraoui's coming on too. Nearly 65 minutes gone. Forest 3, United 2. Who's coming off? So De Ligt's coming off, and I would probably think what, Lenny Yoro? Yeah, De Ligt and Yoro coming off. Another more minutes for Lenny Yoro, 65 minutes for him. I'd probably always plan, wasn't it? Mazraoui. Here's Cobby. Travel. He's looking for Hoyland. I think it's one of those ones where I'm literally just going as much as you can, get it to Ahmad on the right-hand side, have support for him nearby so he can have players to play off and go from there. Ball hit up the pitch by Maguire. What's going on there? They saying it's a head injury? Is that what they're saying? If you haven't already, click the like button. We're about 250 likes away from 1,500. So hit the like button and be sure to subscribe. We're nearly 250 subscribers away from 184,000 as well. And now Forest making a sub. I mean, to be honest, the defensive subs, again, aren't really that surprising, are they? Lenny Yoro was only ever going to play 65 minutes, still coming back from injury. The Delict one, there was rumours and rumblings about him being rotated anyway for today. And he did pick up a knock against Arsenal, didn't he? Looks like Forest maybe switching to a back three, perhaps. But there is still time in this one. Here's Dallo. Just runs out of play. It just feels like as well, like when we score goals, we just like we have this sort of 5 minutes afterwards when we're like, all right, there's momentum, and we just kind of then just sort of stop, don't we? We just sort of slow down again. Mazraoui heads it to Leacher. Leacher tried to pass through to Bruno. Tried to give it to Højlund. Gives what I was calling for his keeper there. Heads it back. Godson says we'll see Ahmad more with Mazraoui now with Mazraoui on the pitch. Maguire wins that header. Come on, there's more chances. It's so... Bruno goes for a switch towards Ahmad. It's just so disappointing, isn't it? Just that first 10 minutes and a half, just completely lost our heads, completely capitulated. Completely. Here's Cobby. Travelling with it. Yeah, he gets dealt with. I'd say this is why I was kind of disagreeing with Flex. I just feel like Cobby, he looks rusty. He just doesn't look sharp. I mean, especially now. He wins the ball back there, that's better. But it just doesn't look... Bruno gives it away. Rashford ran past it. It was similar to the Lenny Yoro one in the first half. Just looks a bit rusty, Cobby. Well done, Mazraoui. Here's Ahmad with some space on the right. Too easy. Oh, Mazraoui does brilliantly. Wins the ball back. Rashford, ball in. Oh, there was no one really in the box apart from Højlund. Maguire with a good header to Martinez. Passed it inside. Cobby got loads of space there. Mainu gets laid back by Bruno. Yeah, like some people saying, I'd get on like a Casemiro for Cobby. I mean, as much as people criticise and maybe you could be worried about in the transition or what have you, Casemiro does have the Casemiro special pass. Once again, Ruben Amorim talking to his coaching staff. Now it's going to be Xerxes coming on. Question is for who? Mazraoui to Maguire. Mazraoui, a bit of a hit and hope. And Forest kind of just play it out from the back. 20 minutes to go plus stoppage time. That's a United throw. Go on, get a goal now. Put some pressure on. Ugarte again. I tell you what, Ahmad's open if he can find the pass. Look, he's asking for it. He's asking for it. Ahmad's saying, look, I'm in space. I'm in space. Right, Mazraoui gets it out to him. Ugarte. Cobby. Hoyland. Dallo. Cuts inside. Cobby. Mainu. Rashford tried to flick. Just got a bit tight in there. Maguire back to Onana. Alright, turn. Go on. Don't keep it slow. Now you've got to push up. Ugarte. Oh, he's had a stinker. He's tried to chip it past him. I don't know what happened. He's trying to do a basic pass. That's a good tackle by Diogo Dallo. Well done, Dallo. Bruno Fernandes. Tried to get a free kick. Referee wouldn't have it. He just said play on. Rashford. Good pass out to Dallo. Into the box. Dallo. Got to get more out of it there. Rashford. That's not a good cross. Just, again, the final pass or this final cross or whatever is just there. And you get into those areas and you feel like it's more out of hope than out of a plan. Like kind of just hoping just to put it into an area as opposed to like find a player. At least you got space there. He won't take the shot. He did. Pressure, no foul. Leacher, Ugarte. Mazraoui, Ugarte again. Oh, is that pushing the back? Referee says no. Now you've got to get it back. Leacher does. I tell you what, they're camped properly in their half now. Man United are totally on top. Totally on top. In this kind of situation, you've got to be patient. Wait for the gaps. Wait for the spaces. Don't force it. You know, take a breath. So Xerxes and Mason Mount apparently are coming on. Rashford, that's a good switch over to Dallo. A really good pass, actually. Dallo into the box. Dallo across goal. Delivery's got to be better. Ruben Amorim's talking to Mason Mount. He's moving the counters around. Xerxes waiting to come on. Dallo. Good little flick. And Maguire. Good pass by Maguire. Again, that's what I was saying before about him. He does have that. Bruno, that's shit. He get away with it as well because it was a short pass to Dallo and luckily we get a throw. Amorim telling everyone to slow down. He wants to get the subs on the pitch. Speaking of which, Bruno's off. Bruno's been taken off. Mason Mount's on. Bruno and Ugarte off. So I think he's changing the shape a little bit. Oh. The Forest free kick. So we'll see what the shape's going to look like. Forest are making some subs. Anthony Alanga's coming on too. Free kick to Forest. Goalkeeper's going to take his time, obviously. I'm surprised Cobby wasn't subbed, to be honest. Just because, again, just minutes recently. All right, Dallow out to Maguire. Martinez. What's that? About 14 minutes left to go. And that feeling of sort of momentum and whatever just quieted down a little bit. Man United fans are just hoping to see something now. Mount. Maguire. Anything. Ahmad stays on. Oh. That's a United throw. Just needs something just to get the momentum back going. It's kind of just, again, quieting down a little bit. Forest making another sub. Gibbs White's coming off. Oh, they're making their subs now. Gibbs White and Chris Wood. Honestly, these two goals are some of the shittest goals. How anyone can defend Andre Onana with that. And then this Chris Wood goal where they just watch it go in. Two of the worst goals you'll see conceded. Shocking. Giovanni says, imagine you're one goal down and you bring in Mount. What's going on here? Referee, what's he talking to? Well, there's a... Oh, the communication thing's gone down again. Oh, fucking hell. They can't talk to each other again. Oh, honestly, who cares? Oh, well, now we're just waiting, what, for batteries? For a new device? We're sitting around waiting for something to happen. God, it's like Christmas Day all over again, isn't it? Who's got the batteries? Here comes the kid with a briefcase. Look, he's cashing in money in the bank. That's what he's doing. He's cashing in money in the bank. He's got to cash it in. All right, no rush, mate. God, honestly, they're in a chit-chat. Look, it's going on. You know, you go, hurry up, mate. What are you gonna do? Now, Ruben Amorim's talking to the people. Oh, I mean, that guy with the briefcase couldn't come in less of a hurry, could he? Just, don't worry about it. We got time. Not like there's a match going on. Just look at the goals we conceded. Oh. Some of the goals, those two goals at the beginning of the half are just shocking. Absolutely shocking. Right. We've got batteries. We've got oh, for God's sake. Now what's going on? I think two players bumped into each other and bashed heads. Hudson-Odoi's holding his head. United have a free kick, apparently. There's 9 minutes left, but yeah, they just ran into each other. There's 9 minutes left, but surely that's what, 5 minute stoppage time, something. They're not trying to suggest that Mazraoui has to go off the pitch because I don't even know if he's got a bloody nose. Now what's going on? Are they saying he's got to go off the pitch? How? What did the guy go off when he had the bloody lip earlier on? The Portuguese Grealish guy. He looks all right, doesn't he? What? what's going on? We've just lost like 7 or 8 minutes of this match. Oh, Maguire's just giving the ball away. Now he's won it back. Now he's giving it away. All right, throw in. Alessandro's booster seat says, guy with a briefcase, more urgency than Rashford, to be honest. Ahmad. Oh, every pass. Good tackle. There you go. Mazraoui back on the pitch. Flying into tackles. What you like to see. Any sort of momentum we had is just kind of lost. So just need to speed things up. Xerxes playing very deep. I just need to do something quicker. Ahmad. Rashford. Ball in. Back post. Dalot. I don't think he needs to head it like that. I was thinking he's going to take it down or he's going to set someone. Yeah, you're saying head it back towards the United players, Dalot. It's never easy, is it? Here's Martinez. Maguire. Just something he got, particularly now. Like Forest, they're not going to attack now. They've just gone back into their shapes. You've got to play some forward passes. Play some forward passes. Up the tempo. Something. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get it to 1,500. This whole thing about getting to 1,000 likes and us winning might be a complete farce as well. Here's Maguire. You can hear the United fans. They're rumbling. They're saying, go forward. You've got to go forward. Dalot. Good turn by Xerxes. Dalot. That'll be a corner. Come on, something. Well, Bruno ain't on the pitch to take it. So it might be the first man this time. Just have a good delivery. It's going to be Mason Mount on this corner. Ball in. Towards the back post. Leach up. Keeper claims. D says, defenders killed us today. Bad defending, nervous and slow build-up. Shied away from the forward pass way too much. And Onana had a bad one. Red Baron says, never been a goalkeeper, but the ball did swerve from left to the right, which caught him off guard. Well, I can say, as someone who has played in goal, there is no excuse not to save that. The ball swerved a little bit, but it still ends up in the middle of the goal. There is no excuse for Andre Onana not to save that. It's bad. It's bad, and he knows it. He knows it. That's why in that 5-minute period, he conceded that goal, then the one that went over his head for the third, and then he misplaced a pass. He had completely lost his head. Completely lost his head. Dallo. Ball in. Falls! Oh, who did it hit? Oh, it fell to Ahmad, and he hit it firmly. It was blocked by someone. Mazraoui does well. Ahmad. Oh, you sent... Is that going to be a foul? No, it won't be given. That's going to be a United throw. Let's have a look. Ahmad. I keeper would have probably saved it. He didn't really catch it. Leacher. Wonder how much stoppage time is going to be added on. Xerxes gives it to Højlund. Oh, it's a short pass by Leacher. Leacher gets it back. Onana. Got to go forward. Got to do something. It's actually mad, yeah, that Mazraoui's been on the pitch as a right centre-back and he's probably offered more than Rashford since he came on. Literally. And Forest are making another sub. I feel like as well that I know, again, people will criticise him and, yeah, give the ball away, Bruno and stuff like that, but he's come off and we just haven't really created anything since then. You know what I mean? As for all of his faults, Bruno, he will create something. And it's just always a gamble taking him off in these kind of situations. We saw it against Brighton earlier on this season, didn't we? And it's a bit like we took it against Brighton and people come on it and then it's just a bit flat. And that's also the problem, isn't it? Is that with Bruno, it's like, okay, and we know he's going to give the ball away, he's going to do that. We need those other creative options that we don't have to just rely on him. We don't really have that. No one else is going to create anything. Ahmad. Seven minutes added on. Here's Dallo. Dallo. No, Dallo, why are you shooting there? It's not the time for hero ball. It's a good switch. Takes it inside. And you're saying, give it to Xerxes. Give it to Højlund. Why are you taking the shot? And look at Amorim. He's going, look, calm. Long kick by the goalkeeper. Philip says, Dallo brings absolutely nothing. This is dreadful, so slow. And they're even saying it again on commentary. It's not even... Someone said in the chat that Bruno Gander is hilarious. It's not Bruno Gander. It's just we haven't created anything since he come off. And again, it's not even like being like, oh, he's amazing. He's this, that, and the other. But he did score, and he was involved in both of our goals. And he's come off, and we're just not now really creating anything, are we? And that itself is a problem, isn't it? Are we saying then if we don't have Bruno in the team, which could be a detriment to the team anyway, we're not going to create many chances? That's a problem. Højlund overhits the pass. Straight back to the goalkeeper. Amorim doesn't look happy. K-Flow says, these men do my head in. When it's on for a touch, they shoot. Take a touch when the shot is on. People will look back and what they earn and equate to... People will look back at what they earn and equate to good. Ivor Clip says, big club, small players. And I think the most disappointing thing with today as well, again, it's the manner of the goals that we've conceded. The manner of the goals that we've conceded has been nothing short of shambolic, isn't it, really? The free kick to United, Ahmad's caught. So 3.5 minutes left. Now, what's the delivery going to be like with this one? It's Mason Mount on this again. Mount stands over it. Ball in. Rashford. That's deflected. Is that a corner? It's going to be a corner. Rashford with the volley. Who'd it hit? Was even going on target. Let's have a look. I think it was going on target, you know. Gets a deflection. It's going to be Rashford to take it. Rashford cross. Back post. Oh! And then he went to Martinez. Took it on the volley. Ugh. A foul on Mason Mount. Going to be Onana to take. Yeah, well, no, Onana's. You can't throw it into the other half. Oh, what the fuck's going on? Just take the free kick, man. Oh, my God. Just take it. Who cares? Oh. And the wind's blowing the ball now. This is a farce. Oh, and it goes out. After all that, it goes up for a goal kick. What? What's the point? Honestly, what's the point? Well, Ruben Amorim, again, he said the storm was coming. He was right meteorologically and also in terms of football, wasn't he? That'll probably be it. There you go. Full time. And Nottingham Forest win 3-2. 3-2. Manchester United. To be honest with you, I mean, first half, okay. First half, okay, not too bad. But then absolutely shambolic. I mean, just start the second half, a complete and total mess. I mean, two of the worst goals you will see in your life. I mean, the first goal, Bruno Fernandes gives it away with ease. Still more happens after it, though. A shot from Gibbs-White. Andre Onana, I mean, hang your head in shame. An absolute disaster. And no excuse for that. The next goal, a ball in Chris Wood header. Then you've got three people in Onana, De Ligt, Martinez. Just watch it. Trickle in. And after that, we get a goal back from Bruno Fernandes, but we give ourselves too much to do. We conceded after, 90 seconds from a set piece. Just not good enough. And we've absolutely shot ourselves in the foot massively today. I mean, you can't argue against it. Yes, United had a lot of possession. Yes, United had scored 2 goals. And just looking at the stats here, 72% of the ball. But when you're talking about creating chances and when you're talking about upping the tempo, some of these players just can't do it. And when it comes to, again, defensively, with some of those goals conceded, that is for those 2 goals in the second half, Manchester United completely capitulated in like a 10-minute period there. Andre Onana, we've praised him all season, completely lost his head. And it's just not good enough. Like, that is just not good enough. And again, Ruben Amorim said that the storm was coming, and he was right. He was right in terms of the weather. He was right in terms of the football today. Man United got massive problems. And I was before kickoff talking about, got to go to the Etihad next weekend. If this is happening to us on our own patch, and make no mistake, Nottingham Forest, they've done well this season. They're a half-decent side. But then we've got some rough and tough moments coming for us, because we've got to go to Liverpool away, we've got to go to Man City away, we've got to go to Arsenal away again in the FA Cup. There is so much work to be done. And frankly, I mean, this isn't me saying anything that people don't know here, is it? But frankly, a lot of those players are just nowhere near good enough. The football IQ, the decision making is just so bad from a lot of those players. And I think once again, Ruben Amorim is going to be looking and going, I have an unbelievable job on my hand, because some of those players are just not it. They are just not that. And once again, I think you could say actually that some of the players that did come on didn't really affect the game. I mean, by that point it was 3-2, and we had some of the players come on, like Mount, like Xerxes, etc. Didn't really affect and change the game that much. Dallo, once again, he did okay, but he struggled at left wing back and poor decision making. Just again, all over the pitch. It's just not good, is it? It's just shit. We are just shit. There's no way of dressing it up, is there? Super chats here. Nathan says, all of these players not good enough for United. They might be okay for other teams, but not this one. They don't know what the badge represents. Shit. Red Baron says we have more XG than Forest, strangely. Brio says, never mind Amorim. Rude was okay, but Ollie out PTSD is real. I don't think it's the time to be like, Rude wouldn't have lost this game. These players would have lost this game kind of regardless, Look at the teams that we have been kind of beating recently. PAOK, Bodo Glimt, Everton, teams that are like either just as good or beneath us. Anytime we have to play a team that's above us, in this case, they Forest, Arsenal on Wednesday, the better team wins. because we're not that. We're not, you know. And again, it's just not good. Not good at all. Godson says we can all agree that wasn't a system issue. Danny DeFito says people need to seriously wake up to what we are. To begin with, you say we're a work in progress and it will take time. And then a few wins against Leicester and Everton, and you get giddy again. KG saying 3-0. You guys are never going to learn. Well, I don't know who you're speaking to specifically there, Danny DeFito. But this is the issue, isn't it? Is that we'll at half time we were cussing this out. Or before the game, we're like, oh, Forest will be a tough one. Then when we're playing shit against Forest, we're like, oh, we should be playing way better. I mean, the table doesn't really lie, is it? That's where we are because we're not good enough, because we're rubbish. I10 Panda says it's a massive indictment that with Bruno off, our chances of scoring dwindled, even with our 60 million centre attacking mid off the pitch. Seized Gaming says, someone please check Onana's bank account because he can't be that bad by his standards. And I think it's funny actually with like I said, with the Bruno stuff, because I do agree with what people are saying in the sense of, look, for the second goal that we concede, he's a part of that. You know, he gives the ball away, and he does give the ball away in areas. And if he's not contributing like that, then it should be a thing. All right, you take him off. Now he did score. The only issue is that if you take him off, we just don't create anything. It's everything goes almost through him, and if he goes off, we create nothing, absolutely nothing. Rashford came on again. I didn't really see him all that much. I didn't see him. Xerxes came on. I didn't see him all that much. You're looking at Ahmad as once again probably the only bright spark in that team. Again, being someone that you go, actually, okay, he's the one that's kind of gets things going and looks like he can create things. Mason Mount came on, did nothing, and as bad as I think people can say stuff about Bruno Fernandes. If Bruno was on instead of Mount, would have seen something. We didn't see anything from Mount. Garnacho in the first half, and early in the second half, it was a couple of passes, wasn't it? Went straight out for a corner. Decision making in the final third, it's just not there. It's just not there. And once again, when it comes to Onana in goal, he's had a great season, but he's got that in him for 10 minutes. Completely lost his head. Absolute madness. Leacher, I think, really struggled again at left centre back. For the first corner, he gets bullied, but I'm not even necessarily looking at that for him for that corner. I'm just looking at actually his build-up play in general. For this defender that's meant to be really good on the ball, he looks uncomfortable, and some of his passes are wayward, and I can't. He doesn't look comfortable there. I think Cobby again. I still say looks rusty. There's only a couple of players really coming out of that team today that I can go, right, I can see something and I think they're doing well. Ahmad, I give him credit again because he looks like an outlet. Manuel Ugarte, I think he was unfortunate to come off. And once again, when he came off, we didn't look like we were going to win the ball back at all. His energy, he was everywhere. Hoyland scores his goals, but again, we just have a real lack of attacking threat. And with that, if you can only point to maybe like one or two players in a team that you can go, actually today probably held the head up high. Mazraoui, when he came on, to be fair, added something. I'll give him that. Lenioro did fine. Didn't have a lot to do really in the game, but he did fine. But then you're going, okay, so you got three players? We're going, all right, okay. Ugarte did well. Ahmad did look like he was going to create something. By his recent standards, not the best, but he was going to create something. Mazraoui, when he came on, then we're not going to create anything, are we? We're not going to create anything, and it's a massive, massive problem. And another thing you would also say, this is where, again, the possession stuff can be really misleading, because you look at the final stats there, we've had 72% possession, but you felt like, particularly in that last, 10 minutes there, certainly, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I felt like Forest were completely in control of the game. And what I mean by that is you can be in control of the game without having the ball. And that's where Forest were, weren't they? Forest were in control of the game without having the ball towards the end there, because, they got into their shape. I think that Nuno switched to a back three. They sort of held their shape. They know United aren't going to pass the ball through them. They were just going, all right, let's see what you're going to do. And they know you're not going to do anything. And Ruben Amorim, an understatement to say that he has his work cut out for him, because between now and I say actually between now and the end of the season, I don't even say about January, because United can't rectify that in the January transfer window. We just don't have enough money. We don't have enough money. We're tight for FFP, but I you know what it is, yeah. The thing is as well with Forest, it's not even to say like, oh, you're lowering standards. Forest are a good team, because look, they've got results away from home this season. But the biggest thing that hurt us today, right, was you wouldn't even have to necessarily go, oh, actually, Forest, they played us off the park today, didn't they? They just played us off the park, and we were massively inferior. We did it to ourselves. Those goals that we conceded, they're nothing goals to concede. They really are. It's not brilliance by Nottingham Forest. It's a ball given away by Bruno and a shot in the middle of the goal that Onana decides to dive past. That is not brilliance by the opposition. That's self-inflicted. And you want to look at the third goal. It's a ball into the box of the back post. It's a looping header that you have 3 people just watch as it goes in. It's not brilliance. That's just really, really, really poor defending. Poor defending, poor goalkeeping, individual errors again. And you can't build off that. You can't. And it's just that's it's not to go too hard on Ruben Amorim. I think that it's really interesting, isn't it, that before the game we're talking about the bench and options that we can bring on, and maybe those options might look okay. To be honest with you, I'm looking now towards the bench when I see those players coming on. They're offering nothing. Those players are coming on, and the only way they're changing the game is actually by nullifying it. They're not changing the game in a positive sense. They're changing the game by taking any form of sting out of it. It's not like they're coming on and go, oh, Man United, suddenly we look really fresh now. Now we're coming on. It was a bit like that against Arsenal, wasn't it? When the players came on, it was like, it's actually quite flat now, isn't it? It's actually quite, nothing's really happening. And the more that sort of, after we scored, there was like a 5-10 minute period where we thought, okay, momentum's actually there now. Momentum's going for us. But then it just sort of kind of stopped. It just kind of stopped, and we just weren't really creating all that much. And it's just a really, really bad result. They was asking Ruben Amorim, weren't they, on Wednesday, is that a reality check for you? I think this will be a bigger reality check. I think most people knew the reality that probably weren't going to get a result at the Emirates, probably weren't going to get a result against Arsenal. But when you play Forest at home, and look, Forest have got big scalps at home, fair enough for that. But again, I didn't see it today like, oh, the reason that Forest beat us today is because they were just so much better than us. They lost today because we were just, the goals you can see, just bad. Just bad. It was just a total disaster. A total disaster. And the question is, where do United go from here? Really? I mean, we've got a Manchester derby next weekend. And as bad as City are at the moment, you can't play like that at the Etihad. It gives them enough chance to go and get something, does it? I mean, shame on me, to be fair. I'll hold my hands up. Shame on me. Before the game, I was said about, we can go to City and we can maybe go and get something, and you never know. But not playing like that. Even with City as they're playing at the moment, you can't play like that. You just can't. And Man United are just. There was conversation, wasn't there? I think we were having this a few weeks ago, weren't we? When we were saying that, coming out of this sort of December and January period, we'll have the discussion about what do we do with this season? What do we do with this season? Do you write this season off? Can you get anything out of this season? And if you're playing like this, then it might become a season where it's a write-off. It might, because as we've seen, it's just in Ruben Amorim's thought, this is his first 5 games now. Was it Ipswich, Everton, Arsenal with 4 games in the Premier League, but 5 you include Europa League. What's it? 2 wins, 2 losses and a draw. The definition of inconsistent, isn't it? completely inconsistent, mixed bag. How often have we said that coming out of the recent performances? That's what we are. We're just mixed bag. That's it. Riri says, man of the match, Owen, thank you for suffering with us. Well, unfortunately as well, we can't do the Gowan Life man of the match giveaway either because we've lost again. We've only been able to do it twice since it started. We haven't been able to give any of the shirts away, so apologies for that, guys. And Deal says, you laughed when Saeed told you about Bruno. So irresponsible with possession. All in the name of stats. Also, Garnacho does not press. Stop the hype. Sub N says, like it or not, without Bruno, there is no play whatsoever. We really need another playmaker. So many gaps to fill in, honestly. And that's what I'm saying, Sub N. I think you've summed up what I'm saying about Bruno. It's not me sitting here sort of gassing up Bruno, say, oh, he's great, and you can't ever take him off, and he's got to play every single game. It's not to say that, because I agree with the flaws that people point out about Bruno Fernandes. That's why I said I don't like him playing in the middle in terms of in the 8, because he gives the ball away, and I don't like him in that position. I think the problem is that we sort of, when we played Brighton at the Amex earlier on this season, is that when we take him off or we don't have him in the team, it was the same at the end, towards the end of last season, we just don't create anything. And then you're left in this awkward position where it's like you have to deal with some of the negatives of Bruno, because the positive is that he actually does create stuff. And we need more creators in that team. Nobody else is creating anything. That is a massive, massive problem, that we take Bruno off, and sometimes rightfully so, but we've got nothing to replace him with. We've got no chance creation to replace him with, because he's the only one that does it or can do it or is set up to do it. Tywin says, it's pretty simple, isn't it? These players are shite, the lot of them. I believe in Amorim, but these lot are shite. Diallo is the only one I give something. And I think that's it. We've caught up with the super chats. And look, yeah, it's not good. There's a lot to break down for Manchester United. And we've got some big games coming up. Of course, we've got Europa League Thursday, and then Manchester Derby coming up next weekend. And who knows? Who knows what we're going to get, honestly? Who knows what we're going to get? K-Flow with the super chat says, I've seen the story before. I think we're 5 points off. We were 5 points off Europe when Ollie was sacked, and fans thought a new manager would get us into Europe. We fell off, I think, under Ralph. These lot have given up. The thing is, yeah, I don't know. This is a bit like it was under Ten Hag, wasn't it? Towards the end, it's like, these players aren't trying. I don't even know. This is, you know what it is? This is why I pushed back on. You remember when Rude, when he came in, and we scored some goals, and I think it was KG was saying, and some others, they're going, these guys, they're criminals. They're criminals. See, they stopped trying, and I didn't like that. These guys are criminals argument. And the reason I didn't like him is I just don't think they're very good. I don't think some of them are very good. So I think they beat teams that they would expect to beat, and we sort of go, oh, okay, they're good, but they're just not that good. They're not. And when we lose, we've kind of just realised it again, you know. D Witness says, as a defender, you have to understand that you control the pace of the game. We actually look good going forward, but De Ligt and Martinez were crap today, way too passive, side-to-side passing. Yoro was looking for Ahmad. I think I've caught up with the super chats. I think I have. So there you go, guys. Full-time view will be coming up very shortly with myself. Members can call in and have their say on that absolute shambles. A reminder, fan views coming out outside Old Trafford with Flex and KG. KG can't go to any more games. Every time he does go to a game, we fucking lose. Yes, and we'll be back on Wednesday. But as I said, player ratings, fan views, etc., all coming up shortly, as well as the full-time view. You'll be redirected. Appreciate you sticking with me throughout the solo match view today, and I'll see you on the full-time view in a few seconds. Peace.